I saw somebody just asked, when does it start? Right now! Very good timing! I do have a little bit of an announcement, kind of. Not really an announcement, more of an update. So I was talking to my partner about this, and it looks like I have 3,000, almost 3,000 watch hours on YouTube, but to get monetized, I need 4,000. So if you're watching on YouTube right now, you are actually helping me toward that goal. Thank you very, very much. If you're watching, even if you watch after the fact, if you watch my videos and everything, every little view counts. Which is why there is in the chat on the side, it says there's a new YouTube video coming out tomorrow. It isn't me drawing, but it is... Hold on a second, I just realized I didn't pin it for Twitch. Now Twitch can also find me on YouTube. My chat is a little bit slow on YouTube for connecting, so... There it is! Now I can see it on my screen. Yeah, so today I'm working on commissions, but just know I've been working really hard lately on streaming as much as I can. I do stream like 3 times a week, and sometimes those streams go for like 7 hours if I'm really crazy, but that's why I've been working so hard about it, or hard on it, even working on my commissions. I'm really doing 2 things at once, really trying my best. Lately I haven't been showing my face because I've been crazy busy, so I've been using my PNG tuber because I did not have time to show up on camera. But once again, here I am. Also, I felt like if I'm talking to you and saying thank you, I should probably show my face. So, hi. Alright. Today, we're getting to it. I've worked on all 3 of these commissions, I think, over 2 streams. I'm hoping to, like, finish it today. I hope. To be fair, client gets the final say, so if they have small fixes afterwards, maybe we won't see what it actually looks like final here, but I'll get as close as I can. Ooh, congratulations, that's nice, working on a show. If you have any questions about commissions, I've thought about doing a video on this, actually. I'm going to be starting off with Margot's first, as usual, because Margot was the first one I worked on. I always work on commissions first come, first serve, so whoever's first, they get worked on first, but then while I'm waiting for updates, or if I reach a checkpoint, like a video game, I'll move on to the next one, which is why working on all 3 of these, they're not always at the same stage. But honestly, all of them at this point are pretty much at the same stage, it's just paint and finish. So I don't need any more updates, kind of, unless they ask for something. So I'm gonna get started, but I'm just trying to organize here. Let's go. Thank you! Yes, I'm now showing up on camera. It was my partner who reminded me, hey, you know, you should probably get back on camera. And I was like, oh yeah, you're right! But it's because I was editing my YouTube video. I look like a crazy gremlin behind the screen. With like my hair sticking up and everything. And I was like, listen. When the YouTube video is done, I will show up back on camera. Let's just call it the PNG Tuber debut week, you know? For a whole week, I was like, I'm just a PNG Tuber, shh, it's fine, don't worry about it. No, now I'll switch back and forth, so you won't, you know, miss her too much, but I'll switch back and forth. Also today I was talking a little bit more, not serious, but I wanted to say a thank you, so should look at the camera. Also, dang, I feel like my lighting and my camera is better today, but I don't... It's just like... like I looked away from it for a long time, and now I'm like, hi! Like, is that what it is? Haven't looked at my own face for a long time? I don't know. You know what? Honestly, maybe I'm still a gremlin at this stage, but it could be worse, you know? That's what I'm saying. Like, it was pretty bad. Like, just... Also, I was probably, like, you know, just borderline sick from lack of sleep, so probably better just chugging tea in the background. Like, no, it's okay. Now I have composure. or whatever that is. I was talking to Margot right before this about this issue that I had here, this motorcycle here. Thank you. We are all gremlins. Yeah, we are. That's true. I also like watching VTubers and PTubers here and there, but I do get what you mean. I think it's definitely more like a temporary thing. Not temporary, what's it called? Like a occasion thing. But we've got used to her, and now, boom, I'm back. Now I have an impact, right? You click on the stream, oh my gosh, she's there! Oh, what? No placeholder? Don't worry, I was just in another dimension for a little bit. That's the lore. The other dimension being behind the screen. Right, I was saying, we were talking about how this handle is in front, and I'm thinking we're just gonna lift it. I just didn't want it to be like a weird... Exactly! Actually, this camera, hold on. So sorry everyone, I'm just gonna move you aggressively. I didn't realize I'm setting this up. Okay, I'm gonna stop yapping. I feel like there was something I like with rehearsed. Are you guys the type of person? Are you beings the type of people, plural, to be like to rehearse scripts when you have something to say? Because I was like rehearsing, like I have to tell everyone this thing, but I don't want to forget something. I feel like I forgot something. What time is it for you? It's not that wild for me right now, the timing. But I do work until like a godly hour. What is it? I'm like yapping and like trying to orient myself. Where are you? What is this? Nothing. Okay. Oh, because I moved the characters, this is like off now? Oh, I should have moved them together. Okay, so it's not just me. I used to be the type of person, and I realized this is not normal. Like, not everybody has to do this. Like the concept of not everybody has a monologue in their head. That concept freaks me out. How do you not have a monologue in your head? What the heck? Yeah, writing a script down? Yeah, that's probably not normal. Nothing's normal, but you know what I mean. Not common. But I used to, like, when I did phone calls, I'd have to write down. Speaking of, I thought I had a phone call today. Scheduled phone call, and then nobody called. Which was like a nightmare, because I was like, I've been waiting for this phone call, what do you mean it's not today? Huh? Apparently, I think they meant it's... When we scheduled it, they were like, yeah, it's gonna be for Thursday. And then I didn't think they meant next Thursday. Maybe they specified, but I don't remember them specifying, so I'm just sitting here waiting for this phone call. And then I'm one of those people who's like, oh, I can't be productive if I'm waiting for something. So what a waste. Seriously, what a waste. Anyway. 7:22. It's 8:23 here, 8:23 p.m. But it feels like normal to me. But I go to sleep at a really weird time. Can I be honest with y'all? I went to sleep on my day off. My partner caught me. He woke up when I went to sleep at 8 a.m. But listen, here's my thinking. I pretty much don't take breaks, which is bad. Don't do that. I'm trying to figure out my work schedule working for myself, and taking breaks is hard. And so when it's my day off, I go a little bit too hard because I'm like desperate to take a break, and then the whole day I don't do anything. Nobody wants to see me on my day off because that is true gremlin mode. I don't even move. I don't move. Stay on that couch and I'm not moving. That's me. Ooh. I just caught that. You're pretty young to be staying up that late. Yeah, it is crazy late for you then. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm staying up late because it's my job. Make sure to get enough rest. Hello! Is that Deku like My Hero Academia? Academia. How do we pronounce that? Academia? Academia? Thank you, sub! Oh. It's not like on Twitch where they... Oh my god! This is apparently a new thing. Thank you so much. Now, Twitch doesn't get mad at you, and YouTube doesn't get mad at you for showing multi-chat. I didn't even know this. It was somebody else told me. I can now show like where you're from, and I can talk about it freely because I am streaming on both. That's what multi-stream means. I have 2 different chats at the same time. I can't get in trouble for it now. Yay! Yay. Okay. Anyway. Thank you. Damia. Okay. Damien? Okay. Honestly, when I was younger, I made a lot of like projects with friends and like that. All of us were anime nerds. Does that make sense? Usually I use the other brush, but today I'm cleaner. I don't know. I'm cleaning things. I don't know. Maybe I'll go back. If you missed a little announcement in the beginning, it is in the description. So if you're watching this and you just clicked on the little announcement at the beginning, was basically just me saying I'm trying to reach 4,000 watch hours on YouTube. So trying to concentrate, and also that's why I said it at the very beginning, because now I'm like, I don't know how to finish my sentences. So if you're watching on YouTube, it means a lot, is basically what I'm saying. If you're watching on Twitch, and if that's your platform of choice, it also helps watching there too. I would suggest if you're younger not to mention it. At least for Twitch, they have a age. Or not age limit. I would just please take care, be very safe. You're under the age of 18. If I make my streams so it's family friendly, but as much as I can. But because my audience is YouTube and Twitch, of course. But Twitch has a have to be your name. So I don't have to worry about it on Twitch, but on YouTube, please be careful. You are mixing with multiple ages here. I used to stream on Instagram too, and Instagram also has this issue where it's like quite mixed age range, and I have to be very mindful. I am worried, like big sis, I worry, okay? I want you to all stay safe, thank you so much. And if it becomes unsafe, then I have to step in. And that's a lot of work. So don't make me, yeah, exactly, don't make me do work. Just stay safe, don't, you know, pretend. Ooh. Ooh. I think you have to be a certain age to stream. I think you have to be, 16 to stream? 15 to stream? No. Actually, I wonder what the age is for that. To watch, I think you have to be 13. Yeah, you have to be 13 to stream and to watch. But an adult has to be supervising. And honestly, yeah, they should. Because COD is kind of scary. But I do sometimes see cute like videos of like teen players running into like really sweet like big brother types, big sister types on the internet, and I think that's so cute. But it's not everybody. But I expect that young people end up finding me, especially because I'm very open to answer questions, right? If you're on Twitch, on YouTube, I think it's like, I don't even know. I don't know if that's the case. However, I have had it happen where somebody significantly under the age has mentioned their age. Like under 10 years old. And then I banned them. They can't be here. That's too young. What's going on? That's really young. I feel like, I don't know if your parent is there, but I need your parent to be here. And if I don't think that's the case, then I'm scared for you, and I don't want to deal with that. But yeah, for streaming, yeah, you would have to be 13, at least on Twitch. And I think it's better that way. And also, again, yeah, definitely. Oh! Hi, Bios! How are you? I'm alright. I feel like when I was younger, I had way too much internet access. And I kind of regret. Yeah, you do! You do! It's because, okay, listen. If you're very sweet, very special, and for whatever reason, Azuki, the god of this domain over here, goddess of this domain, decides you're gonna have a little VIP, you get it. Especially if you watch for many, many hours and you talk to me for many, many hours. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You get it. Oh. I'll hand them out, you know. But I appreciate, I was like, my fellow Brazilian, hello! You need it! Enjoy. Oh, I realized I should put your name here, Mark. Oh, all caps? That's scary. Did I spell that right? Can I spell? There it is! That's, if anybody was wondering who I'm drawing, it's the characters from this book here. If you're, obviously, I'm pretty sure if you're under 18, don't read it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Considering the audience today, be careful. Give me, you mean a number from 1 to 11? Why was I gonna say 13? That doesn't help. Number 3? Oh, subscribe! Look, you got little hearts too. Thank you. Thank you. I think currently there's one other VIP, and it's because the first time, it was crazy. The first time they came into my stream, it seems like they don't watch streams very often, but the first time they came into my stream, they spent, I think, the entire stream talking to me. Might have been like 5 hours in a really quiet stream, and we were just yapping it up. And then they immediately went, and they were my first purchase from the UK. They were talking to me, they were being so cool, they were like, bam, take my money. I was like, okay, so you're VIP now. That's what's gonna happen. Dang. But I had to be reminded to do it, so don't worry. Everyone stay very dedicated. That is okay. You can lurk away. I am absolutely. Sometimes I have to say it out loud in other people's chats to be like, hey, I love you. And I love yapping. But I need to tell you now that I need to not. I need to not do that. Otherwise I won't get anything done. Except right now. exception. Yeah, I'm making this like really. This is like too much. If I this, I lied. Sorry. Where is the brush for this? Can't do it with this. This one. If I go to lighter color here. Oh, you can see it now. I forgot. We didn't have this before. Now you can see what I'm doing. I can change the effect of the actual brush if I'm on the same layer, but I don't know if I'm not. I can only do it if I'm merging. I guess I'm merging down. Oh! I don't want to move. Oh, hello? Ooh, what's going on? Hold on, that's gonna bother me. I feel like I need to. Where do I put it? I'm gonna. Alright, y'all can see exactly what I'm doing now. For real. Like, this is actually how it looks. I have so many buttons to press. So many buttons. Oh, good luck making character sheets. Good luck. Good luck. It's a lot of work, I know. But today I am doing... I don't know. Today I'm working on the commissions. So I'm pretty much finishing up the artworks that I've been working on for the past 2 weeks. You see what? See what I'm working on? So the story here is like he's very flirty. He's grumpy, but cute grumpy. And this is the scene. These are characters. These are not my characters. They are Margot's characters. We're drawing. Well, drawing the characters from Hunter. Oh, was this amazing? Oh, right. If you followed me during the PNG tuber, I want to say debut week. I honestly debuted it and then I kept using the PNG tuber, kind of forgetting that I could just show my face. But realistically, I was editing my YouTube video, which is coming out tomorrow. It is pinned. I spelled subscribe wrong, but don't worry about that. Because I was working on this YouTube video, it was taking so much time that before every stream, I didn't have time to get camera ready and I just looked insane. It looked like I was like a university student who drinks like energy drinks regularly, except I don't drink energy drinks. But just imagine that's what I look like, with my hand like this, going like this all the time, like holding my face up, going like, oh my god. That's why we use the PNG tuber. However, before that point, before like last week, I was pretty much always drawing. You can actually see it if you're on YouTube. You can watch my previous streams. I do get that comment a lot, by the way, that this is so underrated. I'm like, yeah. I actually got a weird, not weird, but a funny comment on Instagram today because I posted a trial reel. So a trial reel, the way look like a uterus. That's crazy. A trial reel, the way that it works, it doesn't show it to your regular audience, right? Or your follower base. It shows it to like everybody else. You see, they're trying to find more people that will like your stuff, basically. And so somebody commented and they said, why does Instagram keep recommending artists who have like no likes on their stuff, but then I look at their account and then they have like thousands of followers, and then I'm like, yeah, when people say I'm underrated, I'm like, I don't I do have a lot of followers on Instagram, but at the same time they don't really see it, so then I don't know where that places me. But regardless, I'm always grateful. Whatever support there is, always. I think it's starting to look more 3D. I'm still kind of annoyed at this point. When I did this last time, I mostly focused on their face. That's why I immediately went into the clothes. Because, well, that's the part that I didn't touch at all. The pants I don't really care about as much because they're out of focus. Probably going to in it. It looks pretty finished already. Not that I don't care. It's just like I don't need to. I'm saying I have to be very careful. Don't misinterpret. Thank you so much for watching, and bye-bye! Scale from 1 being trash to 10 being famous. Well, regardless, I never want to be famous anyway, so I'm kind of like, it's fine. It's fine! Being famous sounds like a really scary concept. I don't think I would like that. Imagine getting recognized when you leave the house. Oof. No, I leave the house looking like a gremlin. Before a stream, I look like a gremlin. I spend like 10 minutes max, which is why the stream ends up being late, because I'm like, oh no, this will only take 5 minutes. I look in the mirror and I go, this is more than a 5-minute mission. This is, we need to rework everything. We need to pull out that Dyson Airwrap. Figure it out. That was a gift, by the way. It sounds really like, I had money. No. And it's very useful because it saved me a lot of time. You can't see it because my hair is back here, but trust me. Trust. Fame be chasing me. No, I've been recognized a few times. But like, they recognize me in person. Like, they meet me in person and then they recognize me again in another public space. So then it's not so freaky. Versus somebody like watching me online and then meeting me. Now it happens more, but like not really, not so significant. Hello, how are you? Today we're not working with strawberries. It's not an original. Actually, speaking of, if you were on Twitch and then you saw the notification and it said I was working on an original, I'm so sorry. I checked everything except that. There's too many things to check. What is with the younger generation and asking that question? Can I eat your art? I mean, like, what am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say? I never actually know. Rotate back. Ah! Maybe it's too shiny. Oh yeah, you haven't seen me before. Thank you so much. I'm a real person. Peace. Now I can appeal to both audiences. The people who like the YouTuber and the people who like people. Wait, does anybody like people though? Just kidding. Kidding. No, I'm not kidding. I like the beans. That's your nickname, by the way. I don't like every person. It's spooky. You go outside and you're like, ooh, ooh. Especially now, it's very dark. My city. I walked outside today and then I turned a corner and then there was a person there. I didn't really freak out. Well, I kind of did. My dogs freaked out, so I was freaking out that my dogs were. Oh, right. The other appeal of me having a camera is occasionally, not lately because I'm a little bit too loud. My dogs want to sleep. But sometimes they show up on camera. So you get to see my dog. You'll get to see them eventually. I just realized that Biel's earlier. I don't know. Babes. I don't know who's met me when. Well, yeah. There you go. There's my face. Yeah, Doggo Camp. I was thinking, like, you know those there's some artists who, like, not just artists, but just in general, streamers that have like a camera on their pet, their cat, their bunny sleeping in the corner or something. And I was like, oh, it's such a cute concept. Impossible to do, because my dogs just run everywhere. Actually, one of them maybe in the future. But he's like always sleeping, and he literally starts growling because I'm loud, is why. If you like look in the corner over there, there's just a pile of like pillows and like a dog bed for when he used to tolerate me. Also, thank you, spirits. Yeah, I now know what to say. That he wants to eat my belongings. But what if they take me seriously? What if they take me serious? You don't understand. I grew up at a time where we didn't have that much. We didn't have social media to this to this level. When somebody said something crazy, you never know. They might actually, for entertainment, do something crazy. Just eat the paper, you know? Like, I have seen that in my life. Somebody just decided, I'm just gonna eat paper. Hey, man. That was a weird one. Happened many years ago when I was a kid, and I'm still thinking about it, so that was not normal. That one was not normal. I was saying there is no such thing as normal, but that definitely do not. Yeah. You were here, I do remember. Yes, we were talking about strawberries. However, I didn't have my face. So the face was somewhere else. Very good timing, by the way. It was a very short stream yesterday. I only did 2 hours. I thought I was dying. Turns out, surprise, I'm not dying. I thought I was getting sick. I woke up with a stuffy nose and I was like, this is it. It's over. I can't go on. Everyone go on without me. Oh my... So then my not normal comment applies to you. I'm not changing my comment. It's not normal. We shouldn't be eating things that are non-digestible because they will make us sick. Unless you're my dogs. Because nothing I say matters to them and they're gonna do it anyway, you know? Demon dogs. That's what I got. A little demon dog. Oh. Wait, somebody said earlier. Oh, it was Strawberry. He was saying that my art is tea. Thank you. First of all, the other thing that I thought immediately was like, okay, but what type of tea? Is it a tea that we like? I know it's just the phrase, but then I thought that was funny. Oh, thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah. We gotta stop. Please take care of yourself. Bye bye. You can always watch this afterwards. You can like speed through and see it finished. What is going on with these? Okay. Alright. First of all, here I am just working on this one part for like a century. Let me just... I think if it's flannel, it shouldn't be so shiny. Okay, calm down. That's fine. There's less reflection, less contrast. No, but then how will we make that comment of like, oh my god, she ate, they ate. he, she, they, wait, we, they, 8. Alright, time to add the stripes. I bet you didn't think about that, huh? We're gonna do stripes. Creepy stripes. How am I gonna do this? I've done this before, but I don't see how I do it. I guess. I'm not actually gonna do it this dark. See? She's starving, everyone's starving? Oh no! Oh no! Do y'all have a favorite comfort food? Just, don't wanna know. So unhealthy. I was really stressed about this. I'm gonna mention this multiple times in the stream just in case you didn't get the memo. But I'm trying to reach 4,000 watch hours on YouTube to get monetized. But my Twitch is already monetized, so if you're there, don't worry about it. But in realizing there's a time limit, I freaked out. My partner reminded me of this. I don't look at it because I'm just like, I'm in my own world. La-di-da. Don't worry about it. I freaked out. Started like... So then we ordered some comfort food, and you know what it was? Burger King. There it is. Simple woman. Just give me a burger and some fries, and maybe I'll stop hyperventilating. That's a bold lie. I won't. But, I'm just saying, when I keep announcing it, it's because I had like a whole breakdown about it yesterday. So like, just know, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm genuinely telling you, it means so much. Oh my god. Right, burgers are great. Noodles are also great though. Also, hi Mel. Hello. Hello. Yours is next. I will get there. Well, honestly, choose whichever one that you like. I was saying, like, on YouTube, it's like, if you're there, amazing. If you choose Twitch, I also get paid. So it means so much that you're here in general, you know? If there's a good vibe on Twitch, the people of YouTube, like it's a nationality. They live there, actually. Like the people who live on Reddit. No, they live there. But yeah, it's a new struggle that I'm learning. I'm trying to make, honestly, both Twitch and YouTube do well, and it's YouTubelandia. Somebody needs to see now this is a creative book. Somebody needs to do, probably none of us because we're all into fantasy, but somebody needs to do some fantasy nonsense. Fantasy horror. Based on social media. Not fantasy, sorry, so sci-fi horror. Because it does feel like it. Today, listen. So I had my freak out yesterday, and today, you know when you're upset about something, and then the next day you're mad about it now? You've like stewed about it, and now you're just angry? I have something to say to you, YouTube. Right now, YouTube, I'm not talking to y'all, but to YouTube specifically. Why do you have an app called YouTube, and then you have an app called YouTube Studio? Why is it when I try and post a video through YouTube Studio, it has less functions than the actual YouTube app, which is meant to be viewing the videos on? That don't make any sense. I'm still mad about it. My partner was like scared. He was standing next to me going, she's losing it. She's really mad at YouTube. And I was like, yeah. Speaking of TikTok, YouTube, why do you have a desktop version? Why do I do it on the desktop? That don't make any sense. Social media will be the end of me. But here we are. It's not a studio. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. I'm like, you're lying to me. You're not even a studio. What the heck? TikTok studio is the same. It's, oh, grinds my gears. I post on both, and I post on Instagram, and I really having a meltdown today. I was like, no, I can't actually. I can't anymore. Social media is very hard. If anybody tells you that social media is not. Also, welcome back, spirits. Social media is. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Crash out about social media. I think it's a valid one, though. If it was a studio. Better yet, YouTube. Yeah, do that for me. Oh, now everyone can see inside my office, by the way. Is it messy back there? Can I show you? We've got... Camera moved. We've got... This is my little pointer. We've got, Platoon amiibo. I'm an adult. I can spend money on these. These were also a gift. We've got a little mochi dog that my sibling gave me, my bro gave me. And then we got the superstar over there. There's more cool stuff on that side, actually. I should really rearrange it. But whatever. And then below, you can't really see it, but there's just manga and art books and stuff. And that thing, that horrendous thing back there, is this studio light for taking product photos that I refuse to put away because by the time I put it away, I'm gonna need to take new product photos. I just know it. I know. The second I'm like, I should really put that away. I need it. Which is why it's just this irritating thing back here because my office is quite small. And on this side, we have literally every product known because I was taking product photos. So we got Joker. We've got, I just posted this on Instagram. This guy. I'm telling you, my office is a mess. Which is why sometimes it's easier to have a paint. Oh man, you don't need to tell me that you're going to another stream. You can just do one of these, just peace out, you know? Don't let other people get the idea. You're trapped here. You're stuck here. Okay, I'm gonna go back to back to work. This is low-key looking kind of prison vibe. This prison chic. Goth chic? It's like borderline, you know? Prison and goth. Don't worry, the first commission that I work on, I will be very distracted. Or we'll lock it. And I'll develop a autopilot function. As if I'm a program. Still better than AI, right? That's Tim Burton, yeah. It's very like, yeah, gothic. It is gonna become a like flannel, very Canadian vibe, isn't it? Also, yeah, if you haven't been watching me for a long time, just know I am so Canadian. So Canadian. I hate the cold outside right now. But... Oh, I almost slipped and died before this stream, by the way. I went to my backyard and I successfully, I don't know what this is. Is it like a D&D roll, like luck? I don't know what happened. But I went outside, no problem. No issue. Turned around to go back inside. I was like, and I'm too old for that now. When I slip, it's like very high risk I'm gonna hurt my back. And I somehow did not die. What was scarier though is like where I slipped, there was stairs right behind me, so it could have been bad. It could have been really like goodbye. If I don't show up on stream, just presume I'm dead, I guess. Don't actually. I'm probably just. But if I'm an hour late and I didn't say anything, well, maybe we should start to be concerned. I don't know. -10 agility. I've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate, so maybe that's right now. I always think about my life in terms of stats though. I'm like, I definitely don't have like, I want to look up the stats. So sorry. I had a lot of coffee today, which is helping me stay focused, but at the same time, it was a lot of sugar, so I don't really know what's going on. I'm gonna do a lot today, but I'm also... Stats. Stats? Not stats. What's it called? Not abilities. Abilities? What are it called? What's it called? Maybe it is stats. Anyway, yeah. Maybe it is. Let me read them out to you. Maybe I'll just pull up. Maybe it is attributes. Dude, I don't know. I'm gonna pull it up, and then we can all figure out what our own stats are, because I think that's hilarious. That's how I think. There's not that many, actually. I don't know why it was so hard for me to find it. What the heck? They put it here as saving. Once upon a time, I filled this out not knowing how the heck to fill it out at all. Whoever introduced me to D&D did a terrible job. Just saying. Alright, let's look at this thing. So, strength? I got none of that. None of that. Throw that out. Dexterity? Dude, what do I got here? Do I got Riz? Is that what it's saying? Is out of these stats, is that the one thing I've got? Because wisdom? Don't know. Intelligence? Maybe. Emotional intelligence? Maybe? I don't know. Constitution? I am pretty sure you could brainwash me like that. Resilience? I got... Well, kind of. So maybe there's some constitution. Dexterity. Gotta search up what dexterity means. Like, I kinda know, but like, I'm like... I guess I have that. The skill in performing tasks, especially with your hands. So I guess I got that. See everyone. What a... what a thing. So I've got dexterity and charisma. Riz. That's all I can say because I'm a streamer, right? So that has to be the thing that I have, right? Right. Because if it's not, man, what do we got going for me? To be honest, I have mentioned this before on stream, where I've gotten hired for certain jobs, and I'm pretty sure I shouldn't have gotten hired for the job, but they gave it to me. It is back! When he said Cam, I thought Cameron? Is there a Cameron here? Hello? Cameron? Hello, yes it is. It was gone while I was editing my YouTube video because it was taking so long that I was glued to the editor. And then stupid things kept happening. Like I would delete a clip and then be like, where'd the clip go? I don't know how to go back because I don't know how to edit very well. But I think y'all will like the video. I did a bunch of doodles that are kind of animated. Because I had to do a voiceover for this one, so you actually get to hear me talk from a script for once. Also, in the YouTube video, I have a little crash out. So, please don't mention another stream in my stream. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sometimes when I type thank you, I type it T-A, be cringe. And then you as Y-W. Thank you. And now it's infected my household because I'll talk to other people and they'll say it in that way. They'll be like, oh, thanks, not thanks, thanks. We'll all be cringe here. I'll start doing like really bad Japanese here. Like an extra, like an anime weeb. Arigato. Honto desu ka? Have you seen that TikTok of a southerner, a girl speaking Japanese with a southern accent? This has to be like the one song in this playlist that has voice. As I'm talking about Japanese, it popped up. Oh, yep. If you didn't know, this playlist that we're listening to is in Japanese. All Japanese. All the titles be Japanese. Pretty cool. Like, I messed up right here. No, I didn't. You didn't see. There's no video evidence of that. I'm perfect. I never mess up. What do you mean? That was sarcasm. Nobody could tell. I really need to make that very clear. Ooh. Oh, it's alright. Is it starting to look like flannel? Well, no, not yet, right? This? Now it is, right? Right? Except now it looks kind of flat over here. I gotta make it like fabric. Fabric. Hold it here. You ever just look at art? Look. I wonder if authors they look at something that they've done and they just see. That's the beauty of having the camera on, because now you can see me give like dirty looks to my own artwork. Or occasionally, well, I'll see something crazy being said. This is very, very rare. But you will catch it, and I'll just. But before it was very subtle, right? Because then you couldn't see the chat. But now it can't be subtle. Somebody will say something, and I'll look at the camera almost like, oh, I'll see that. Solidarity. I look at y'all for solidarity. We are making progress. The middle part should be, because it's just like, thank goodness. Because this is a pocket, the material will actually, like, it won't be straight across, right? Be like this. I think with the F. I think so. You can't see it, but put my hand up like this and I just give it there. You know when I'm streaming with the PNG tuber, actually, I still do all of my hand motions. And to be honest, when I'm on the phone, I also do hand motion. And when I'm texting, I also do hand motion. So when I'm out in public, people do stare at me like, what is this girl doing? I'm doing hand motions, clearly, we've established. What are you doing? Staring at some random girl. Random woman. Sex. I'm the normal one. And this one. I make it look cereal. Da-da-da! She's got flannel! I'm wondering if I should make strong trousers. I wonder if I should... What's it called? Add a light color as well? I'm gonna look at an example of... Okay. Maybe this is correct. I think maybe it's more like I should make bottom color lighter? Or is it okay this way? Also, buttons. Button. I believe it's... Alright. Well, that's not what I need. Maybe it's okay like that. Alright. Oh, bam! Let's go. Maybe we take a little break from doing clothes and then do the motorcycle. Not that I've ever drawn in life. So we're going to simplify this because it's going to be in the background. Last stream, I literally just put like a gradient. That's the motorcycle. Don't act very impressed that I did this because if you were here for the stream, you saw I legit just like traced over it. Simplified because I knew I was going to blur it. I do like this. But I am going to do some shine. Kinda. Because it's outside and it's like dreary, I don't think it would be that short. And I'm gonna do this very messy because we're not... It always offends me when it happens, like I put in a lot of effort and like polish something up and only to see, oh, we don't see any of it later. Why did I do all that? Oh, I'd rather do it this way. Anybody here ever ride a motorcycle? I think, as we have established earlier, I don't have strength. I think the motorcycle would fall on me and I would just lie down. I would just be like, there it is. This is how I die now. I need somebody to find me. Also, I've heard too many horror stories of motorcycles, but I think they're so cool, so I feel very conflicted. Probably good enough. Highlight kinda, maybe. By the way, I'm using a new mouse. Look at how weird this mouse. Doesn't it look like a shark? It's coming to get you. Which is why sometimes I struggle to have so adjusting. See, yeah, I feel like super strength would definitely help if a bike was to fall on you. It is a cool mouse, but honestly, I don't know. I think it's helping, specifically when editing. The cursor's moving. Specifically when editing videos, I have to do so much like scrolling like this, and it's quite painful. I also have, let me show you. This is so dumb. I bought this, and I think it's like 20 bucks. This is super stupid. Let me show you my setup right now. I also don't know if this is helping. Oh, that's good. Taking it. I have this thing to rest my arm on because my arm has been hurting. But honestly, it's more in the way than anything. I don't really use it. So I don't know. I don't know how to avoid my problems. But I'm working on it. Right, it's weird. It's like, why are they designed so badly? I haven't really tried anything else other than this one, but clearly I've tried multiple mice. It sounds weird to say mice. I'm not talking about like the animal. But like I find that my shoulder is up here and I'm like, this is not ergonomic. And I wonder if I should make my desk like taller so then when I'm drawing it's up here. So I can go like this more. I don't know what's the solution, to be honest. I really don't know. But all I know is currently not in love with my setup. To be honest, I would like to move. So I'm wondering, like, is it even worth fixing this setup? But I can't move yet. Monetize my YouTube, everyone! Monetize my YouTube so I can move! Let me show you all the mice that I have. I'm not kidding, I have a lot of mice. There's another one, but I think my partner threw it away. For good reason. No, I lied, I have it. That's crazy. I actually do have a lot of mice in here. What is going on? Okay, this is my gallery of mice. I've got our shark mouse. This is a vertical mouse, so but the problem is, so you see how it's like this? You would think that it would be comfortable for me to be like this, but instead, I have to put my arm like this, which is just weird. Why isn't it just like here so I can relax my arm? This is my old mouse. It's very clunky, it's very heavy. But the cool thing about this one was it had a really, really extreme, what's it called? Scroll wheel? So it would, if I did this, it would scroll really, really fast. It's still scrolling. And they have this button here on this side that I never use, so it's useless. Then I have this one. I'm telling you, I tried a lot. I have a gamer mouse, specifically this is for gaming, right? But it's light, but it's battery powered. So it's like annoying. And also this was still painful for some reason. I think because of my arm position. And this is the other mouse. This one is actually not painful at all for the first 5 seconds. It's really nice. It feels great. But then I gamed for an hour and I was like, my elbow hurts. Like something next level. Like it hurt really bad. And I was like, what? This is the lightest of all of them. So how did this happen? So now I'm using the vertical one. It's not perfect. My elbow still hurts. But it hurts the least. That's my gallery of mice that I have been trying to see. Everyone. Oh, also this one I should mention. This is not battery powered. So that was another. Like, it was so annoying when I'd be gaming and then my mouse dies. I can't tell if I'm really bad at the game or if my mouse is disconnected. Like, is it me? I don't think I will move anytime soon. We were talking about it. I wanted to, because can I be very, very honest? And my friend asked me, he's like, oh, Azuki, you want to move? Why do you want to move? Closer to like the city, like a bigger city. And I said, can I be so for real? The city's too white. Meaning there's no ethnic food. How am I supposed to live my life? We have to go to another city to get like Japanese foods, Korean foods, Chinese foods. How am I supposed to live here, man? I can't order Brazilian food here. So, Piels wasn't here for this part, but my husband was super sweet and he made like a whole array of Brazilian foods because I can't cook again. I was late for one of my streams. Thoroughly enjoying it. He made stroganoff, feijoada, and pastel. Did it turn out perfectly? No. Did he do amazing though? Yes. It's a little bit tricky, I think, to cook food that you've never had before. like, there's nothing to compare it. Like, you don't know if you're doing it right because you've never had it. So how can you compare, right? But I was my favorite was the stroganoff, surprising. But pastel felt like a whole journey. If you've never seen pastel before, it's like not pastel, not the drawing equipment. I know this is an art stream, but that's not what I'm talking about. It's kind of like fried dough with like whatever filling inside. So we did cheese, and you can't go wrong with cheese, right? Like fried and cheese, right? But and my point being, I can't eat Brazilian food here, and it makes me really sad. Now, and I really can't. Okay, I really can't. I will burn it. I was talking about this. Apparently, the stroganoff comes from Russia from the 1920s. I also had to Google this. By the way, I did double check that. But it was a very interesting fact. I was like, oh, which, again, my point stands. Clearly, my culture, growing up, we're very open to trying different foods. At least my household, I mean. And I'm sure Brazil as well, pretty much. Considering all the fusion foods. But I can't survive in this city for that long. Also, it's really cold over here. It's ridiculous. If you want to compare, I always say I'm like from Toronto when I'm talking to people outside Canada. Or close to Toronto, you know? But where I live is, because of the placement, is colder than Toronto by 2 degrees. So I grew up somewhere like close to Toronto that's not as cold. And then I came over here and I was like, why is the snow up to my knees? I'm too short to be living in this city. Maybe if I was like 6 foot, I wouldn't be so peeved. But I'm like, I'm a 5'4" girly. I have to do high knees to walk anywhere? No, I'm not leaving the house. And that means I can't get sun. And this is, it's really affecting me. I don't like it here. Let me move. Let me out. Let me escape. Let me go where the sun hits, man. This is also gonna sound like a crime, but because we're in a household that's like really small, we often just use instant rice. Isn't that criminal? Awful. But it's Asian instant rice, so it at least tastes like Japanese white rice. Not like minute rice, which crumbles in your hand the second you touch it. But I did also have this stroganoff with white rice. I had the chicken version, not the beef version. But maybe the beef version is the original version. We do! We have like the is it that brand? I have to look at it. Yeah. We have the, the brand with the elephant? The Japanese brand with the elephant? Tojirushi? We have that rice cooker. I'm sure we could make it for like one person. But then... but then that would require me to wash the rice. And the instant rice is 1 minute and 30 seconds. So... You see my dilemma? Also, because I like white rice, but in this house we have brown rice. And I don't really like brown rice. Sorry to brown rice enthusiasts. But brown rice has like it's like harder to me. It's not as soft. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. What should I do? Maybe it just looks fine like it. Oh, it doesn't. That answer. It is a weird texture, right? It's like when you bite it, at first you're like, alright, this is rice. And then you, like halfway through the bite, you're like, no it ain't. No it ain't. It also tastes a little bit different. The taste doesn't, I don't mind. But growing up with like Japanese rice, I find like with Brazilian rice, so if I order like Brazilian food, the rice is non-Japanese rice is a little bit different. It's closer to basmati rice in the sense that like Japanese rice is really sticky, right? But growing up, considering my background, we just ate Japanese rice with the Brazilian food as like whatever. Like slight texture difference. Brown rice is not the same. And like it's not even the same realm. I'm like, you're one of those healthy foods that I'll eat because I have to, not because I enjoy it. Versus spinach, where I'm like, no, I'll eat it because I enjoy it. I would like to be a rabbit today. Excuse my little rant as I tried to figure this out. Sorry. I can just try to experiment with this. I want to do it like in a cinematic way, and I'm like, how? There is a blur brush. Just. All right. Well, that's absolutely not what I want. Thank you. Good. You know what's weird? Broccoli, I like it in things, but broccoli by itself, I'm still kind of like... when I was growing up though, I really liked it, so I don't know what happened. Somebody did me dirty somewhere along the lines. It happened. Broccoli. But like, there are certain foods that have broccoli in it. I'm trying to think of like, what is it that has broccoli in it that I'm really obsessed with, and I can't remember. Yo, broccolini is great though. Isn't that weird? It's the same. It's the same. Kind of the same thing. That's not like that way. Very strong? No, that's not either. Oh, you know what's worse? The worst is steamed. When it's steamed, somehow the flavor becomes very weird. Just strange. I do like they nickname it Chinese broccoli, but I don't think that's correct. But I like the way they do Chinese veggies, because they're still steamed, but they're steamed with like sauce, so it's not like no cream and cheese with broccoli. That it sounds good. Yeah, exactly. You get it. Yeah, if it's too much, then it starts to get like gooey, weird. Okay, listen. I need you to go over here, and I need. Maybe I'll do this. I've done this before. I just feel like I haven't done this. You are the blurry one. You're the sharp, right? Yeah. And I wanted some of. You're the blurry. Part to be sharper. I need the blur to be blurrier too. We're gonna figure it out. You see, when I blur too strong, then like the bottom part should. Too much, too far. We went too far. You know what? Fine. That's. This is. Seems like I keep mixing them up because I'm like, what? Maybe lens. Then we don't lose. Octagon. Is that doing anything? Is it doing anything? I think it's lying to me. I don't think anything's happening. Oh my god. Oh, but listen, that makes so much sense though. Like broccoli and cheese. Good. Tomato soup though. Tomato soup and grilled cheese. Something. Something happened? Okay. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Maybe we do like Oh my god. I'm gonna figure this out. Here the... Oh, I accidentally applied it, apparently. Or I did it on the wrong way. Get out of here. Somewhere along the lines I did something. Bro, if you didn't know, yeah, this is the... It wasn't lying to me, but I want to claim that it's lying to me. This is the original motorcycle that I had. That's why I was saying, like, listen, I didn't draw that all out. That would be insanity. Who do you think I am? I'm not that skilled. But I did simplify as much as I could. Okay. Hey. We need to sharpen this. Like, as if, like, you know, you're looking at it through a camera. Like, certain parts are blurred in a way that it looks like it matches. It makes sense. I'm trying to accomplish... Oh my goodness. Somebody's gonna watch this in the future and they're gonna be like, but Azuki, it looks the exact same as what you just did. I know, but like, placebo effect. I think I've achieved it. Great. You know, like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. The brain is a trippy thing. And then I think if I want to go further, not lose my... I'm going to apply an effect to this one. It's the process, not the result. Yeah. See? That's why we need to watch the streams. Hint, hint. No, but the placebo effect is the placebo. Seriously. Oh, you can see this one too. You can see me scrolling to see which one. Well. Remove dust. Dude, I should probably use it. And see, lens blur would be the one you think, yeah, that's the one. And you're like, no, actually, that's not the one. It's the highlight one where I'm like, this is true. We are missing like lighting, so that is probably the highlight thing. We only have one highlight, so I'm like, what is that gonna be doing? What is that gonna do? Sorry, when I say did this do something at this point, now I'm more like, did it do something for us? You know, did it feel like it's done something for us? Is it doing it for us? I don't know. This just made it lighter, so that's cool. Sure, you know what? I'll take it. I'll just move on. Wait, before I move on, I do need to add the highlight. Well, not highlight, sorry, the background. A good point. Try that. Maybe we'll be like, oh yeah, she's not insane. She's just going through it. Truly. The music is very, very fitting right now. It has like that dissonant sound where it's like they're playing weird. And I'm like, yeah, that's food. Right. Just here. One of you. What are y'all? You're messing with my groove. Recently watched Kronk's new groove, and it's not this. It's not. So many quotable lines. Moving on. Let's work on manual now. Hey, my guy. Also, you don't have a highlight in your eyeball. That's kind of concerning. You don't have life? What's wrong? What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong, man? Now he doesn't look like a wax figure. We love not looking like a wax figure. Hard. Soulless. Soul. Soulless. Soul. Soulless and soul. When is he Korean? Can I make the joke of like he's soul? Soul and soul. There's a restaurant I ran into. Like, I didn't go to the restaurant, I was just walking around and I happened to see one restaurant literally with this name. Soul and soul. I was like, oh my god. My people, they now own a restaurant. Meaning my people, the people who have really bad puns. I'm surprised my whole username isn't a pun. There are a lot of creative and just like brands in general. I'm sure there's a bunch of streams that have like puns. Or maybe not even puns, just like creative references to things. Valkyrie, I can think of Valkyrie. Mine was just like, I'ma be a bean. Do I like beans? Beans are good for you. You should eat beans. Apparently, I searched this up one stream, but Azuki beans are actually good for you. So, chia is a topping for your boba, your bubble tea. Having some beans in your drink. So that might sound disgusting. I enjoy it, however, listen, that one is an acquired taste. I can imagine somebody not wanting beans to chew beans while they're drinking something. If you take yourself out of it and you really think about that, that's weird. That is a weird thing. I want to know something really. So, bubble tea was not a really big thing in Japan for a long time. So when I went to Japan, I'd be like, hey, can we get some? They don't sell it here. Isn't that weird? Now they have it. Like a lot more restaurants. Ooh. I drink more. Reminding me of coffee. I forgot about it. Not sponsored. I needed the biggest coffee possible to get things done today. I drink a lot more coffee, but I have phases where I prefer the cha-cha. Cha-cha-cha. But whenever I go to restaurants, specific Asian restaurants, right? They'll give me jasmine tea, and dude, I'm obsessed with jasmine. I think my parents too, growing up, they were more coffee people. So I think that I just adopted this. But we have these like massive, like when you drink tea, do you prefer cold or hot? I think tea is a good thing to drink throughout the day though too. Especially, you know, matcha has a less of a crash. So the people who are in that matcha craze, they're onto something, genuinely. It's actually probably much better for your energy. But you know how like Americans, they have sweet tea, so like cold tea, and then when you think of Asian tea, you usually think of drinking, aside from like bubble tea, milk tea, you kind of think like, oh, hot tea, right? They always drink hot water too. They have like the belief that it's like better for your digestion, and it is better for your digestion. It's just more accepted in restaurants. They prefer to order hot water than to order ice water. To the point where whenever I go to a restaurant, we have to specifically ask for ice water. Because we're Americanized. It'll be summer outside and I'm like, dude, you can't be giving me this hot tea right now. Please. Oh, water! But we do have like Japanese iced tea in our fridge, and it's like this 2-liter, like a huge thing. We have multiple flavors. That's our household. We also have my husband was this big sweetheart and got us an espresso. So it's a long-term investment, so I don't drink coffee outside as I drink coffee from outside. It's a special occasion thing when I want a flavor, but I don't want to have the flavor in my house because it's too sugary. That's yeah, exactly. Him watching this right now. Come on, girl. What are we doing? Now he came into the office and he was like, "You went outside?" I was like, "I did." I was half expecting him to say, "You didn't get me one." Usually I do, but like listen, if every time we go, you don't ask for one, then never. I'll let you in on this secret. It's been a long time, so I think I can tell y'all now. This brand? I worked for this brand. So I have a very mixed relationship with it. But that's also another reason I want to move. I want to go to small cafes and support local shops. But because I'm like in a smaller city, there are no options. It makes me so upset. Please, let me out. Let me out. I did, when I quit, I did say it online. I said, "Oh no, I'll let you in on it. I worked here." But then after that, I was like, they don't need attention. The caffeine addiction, they were the one who started it. Also, they're the one who gave me tendinitis, my barista job. I mean, not the company. This is true. Living in the city is more expensive. But another reason that we want to do it is because when I do events, it is usually Toronto. And when I go to Toronto, I have to pay for a hotel, which is also expensive. And it's a whole like effort to like drive several hours, go there, and then drive back. And if it's a multiple day event, it's like either I have to pay for a hotel multiple days or drive several hours one way, come back and forth, back and forth. So we were like, I don't want to live in the city, like the main city of Toronto, because nobody should. Let's all move out. Toronto doesn't need that. But closer, so I don't have to drive so far. And also, my poor partner, poor husband, he always has to come with me to events. And part of it is because I have to be there for like 8 hours straight at an event, 9 hours straight at an event. It's probably better I don't drive. Drive back, I'd be exhausted. I'd be like, I think in the interest of us not dying. Also, I'm not the better driver. Surprise. Can't cook, can't drive. What am I doing? I'm telling you, all the stats are in charisma. I'm good at sales. But I'm really bad at like getting to the establishment in one piece. I did mention earlier, I almost slipped to my death earlier, right? See, I'm telling you, even in my own household, there are risk factors. The saving throws are not saving me enough. Oh, did I tell y'all? I don't know. I think the weather turned yesterday. So it's almost March, right? And like the snow pretty much all melted, the ice all melted. And I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna be able to go outside? Oh, sick! Went outside today? It's all ice again. We had a snowstorm. I was like, what? What do you mean it's not over? I think I did mention it actually. I think Margot actually witnessed me crash out about this. And I'm gonna do it again because I almost died. I hated it. The worst part though is I have to put boots on my dogs, and they're very cute about it. I mean, they're very cute when they're wearing them, but they do not like it, to the point where one of my dogs runs away from me whenever I try and take him outside. No, sometimes. So the first thing I do in the morning. Oh wait, I don't wake up in the morning. First of all, I woke up this afternoon. But I went into my husband's office because we have our individual offices, which is smart. It's better this way, trust me. I know some couples that share their office. That's crazy to me. But I looked into his office, and then I looked out the window, and I like screamed at him, and I was like, "What is that? What is that? Why does it look like that?" And then he's like, "Oh yeah, it's been doing that all morning because he makes up." And I'm like, no words, just. Yeah, you see, exactly. This is exactly my feeling. We all need our own spaces. We all need that. But I did hear of this one. If you're living in the city, you do have limited spaces. And I knew this one couple, artist couple. Well, I knew one half of them, but regardless, I knew about this, that they shared their office, and they just had like a cloth divider or something, like one of those Japanese dividers, maybe cloth, maybe paper, just a very sheer, thin divider. It's just there for aesthetic, really. It's just symbolization. It's like, yeah, that's your side, this is my side. We're hearing everything. But the funny thing is, both of them worked for companies that had NDA contracts. So if you don't know what that is, non-disclosure agreements, meaning the person on the other side should not be hearing this secure conversation. They're hearing the whole thing. Yeah. If you have noise-canceling headphones, maybe you can survive. But that is crazy to me. I was like, wait, that's so funny. But sometimes I think about this. In non-disclosure agreements, I'm just like, no, but if they're married, it's like when your best friend tells you something, it's like, yeah, you're not just telling me, you're also telling me and my husband. In this marriage, everything gets shared, you know? He just happens to be in the vicinity, you know? There's that. Huh. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is also mine, you know? That's crazy. That's another level. But I have to imagine that's exactly what was happening to this other person, this artist. And if I recall, I'm pretty sure they were both in the same business, which makes it even crazier because, like, what if you're working for competitors? And it was not like small businesses, they're big businesses. So like, you know, think of along the lines of, Disney, Riot, Blizzard. Very big companies. Imagine somebody's working for Riot on one side, somebody's working for Blizzard on the other side. Oh yes. Tell me more about that, that Battle Royale game that you're making? Tell me more? I would like to know. What character design? Can we do it first? Crazy. I thought that was so funny. Disneywood. Did you hear about this? This crazy development with Disney, by the way. So they made an agreement. I thought this was so funny, which is why I'm sharing it. I try my best to avoid the topic because I'm like, this is different. But this is so funny. So Disney did this thing where they're like, they allowed specific AI. I don't remember which. I think it was Sora. They were like, yeah, you can use our characters and do whatever. And then, or they were putting their info, or they're using it. They said, I don't remember honestly what. Regardless, they gave permissions. And then people were using their characters in a way that was like unflattering to them on like TikTok or something. And so then they did like a copyright thing, suing somebody over this. I can't remember. Maybe it was ByteDance. Tencent. I don't remember. But the fact is, they gave the permissions, and then as soon as it went against them, they were like, oh, I don't like that. And everyone in the public was like, what? You had to have seen this coming, Disney. What do you mean? I don't even remember all of the details. All I remember is Disney was like, okay, cool, AI is cool. And everyone was like, you work with animators. I don't think that's gonna fly. And then immediately I thought it was so, it felt like karma. I was like, bro, that was just, current Disney is very weird. And I'm not a really big comics person, but I believe DC Comics, because Disney owns Marvel now, DC Comics is very loudly saying that they're supporting their art team. And they're against the advancements that Disney think are a good idea. And clearly, like, it's just bad business-wise. Like, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? They're so funny. They're so funny. So silly. So, hey. Everywhere we go, the artists be telling people, hey, maybe, don't do that. And then they mess up, and then the artists are like, I don't know what to tell you. You didn't want to listen to us. But we kind of know a thing or two. A little bit. It happens a lot, though. Genuinely. I can't remember which show it was. Shrek. I think it was like a bunch of the artists who worked on it were like kicked out of another project or something. And then Shrek became a huge thing, and it's like, man, you can't be doing this to artists. Artists, they're smarter than you think. I did go to a Disney museum when I was in America. I think it was San Francisco. And yeah, we saw some of the Disney stuff, and we were like, Exactly. That's why I only bring it up when it's really funny. When I'm like, what the heck? It's hard. It's very... I know a lot of artists have like opinions on like, if you were to sell your art, then you kind of become a sellout as well. They have like very purist ideas, and I'm like, no, not over here. Me streaming over here. A lot of artists have really strong opinions on not sharing their process, and I'm like, you know what, fair. Me sitting over here, fair. Trying to monetize it. By the way, you should watch it on YouTube. Plug it every 2 seconds. Watch it. I brainwash you. Can you imagine if I just pulled out a hypnosis thing? I'm always scared to say this on threads or something, because I feel like they would rip me to pieces because I cannot say it with context. I'm not going to say something groundbreaking. I do agree with the sentiment that if you're a professional artist and you're doing this for a living and you're receiving a lot of money, so if I'm doing commissions that are over $100, then it makes sense that we're moving in the direction that people want time lapses, people want work in progress, they want some proof that you're trustworthy and you can do the job and you can take direction and change things. or adapt, that you have skill, whatever. I think we're moving in the direction that makes sense. And when I apply to events and things like that, they're already in that direction. They require you to, because it's in their policy. They will get in trouble if they don't follow it. And things like, you know, well, I mean, authors, not things. People like authors and like companies who are hiring artists, they get in trouble and they get in flack if they hire the wrong person. So it makes sense for them to do their due diligence and look for the artist who's willing to be like, yeah, I stream my process. I talk about my process. I share my time lapses. Over the artist who's like, well, it's my thing. This is my personal thing. It's fair to have that opinion, but just know you're losing the advantage. The artists who are sharing it will have an advantage. So that's my see. If I say it online though, without the context, somebody's not gonna read it. They're gonna be like, you know that thing where it's like, I like pancakes, so why do you hate waffles? You know that? This is what. So anyway, my point is, I share my time lapses, and then I also think that if you don't share them, you're doing yourself a disservice. But if you don't want to, you go ahead. Whatever, man. From my experience, most of my clientele have appreciated it, and they've asked for it. So as a person who gets more commissions, maybe take my information. Maybe. I don't know, not to be presumptuous, but like, hey, if you want this advantage, I'm telling you the answer to the test. Take the answer. Make money. I'm trying to help you. Make money. Make the money.
Anyway, that's my whole little spiel. And if you want to support artists who share their process and talk about it,
watch it on YouTube. Drops it 10 million times. Ooh. This is, yeah, this is true. This is true. The process itself can be content, but people really hate to think about it this way, and sometimes I get it. Like, I do understand. I don't want to think of my whole thing as like, everything I do becomes content, but hey, it's marketing, not personal. But I do hate it. That's why this whole stream, and you'll have to forgive me, is like a marketing ploy. Watch out. Please. I'm gonna be so... The reason why I'm so loud about it, though, actually, I'll be very serious. So serious. Oh, take off the heart glasses because I have to be serious. I can never actually be fully serious. Is because if you've been watching my streams, if you just found me now, I've been streaming for about, at least on Twitch, 2 years almost, or it's gonna be like a year and a half or something. Whatever. I went full time in December 2025, so this would be my second. I hit affiliate in my first year, woohoo! But my YouTube, I started streaming on YouTube a little bit later, and now it's more like, if something goes wrong, let's say I can't do commissions, or I can't go to events, something happens, I have no income. And that's really scary. So that's why I'm like, yeah, one of you need to work, huh? Like, something else needs to work. If nothing else works, I'm gonna be in a world of hurt. I'm gonna be devastated, first of all, and then secondly, well, I won't have time to make art because I will be working somewhere else. Please, God, please. I was working here for a long time. I don't want to go back. Please. It was a nightmare. Speaking of, I wasn't just a barista. I was a supervisor. Don't make me a supervisor. Unless this is like in the future and I'm applying to be a supervisor and I desperately need the job, please hire me as a supervisor. But don't. I like being my own boss. But man, I don't enjoy being other people's boss. But the thing is, supervisor job makes more money, right? So I was like, I gotta bite the bullet, gotta do it. But it's significantly more stressful than doing your job, going home, and then forgetting about it. When you're a supervisor, you go home and you still have to work. And I'm like, no. Also, this music is like, ah, relax, chill out, man. Why is that song called Religion? I'm not doing that. Wild. Go backwards. Peace. Anyway. Significant mood change. Oh, I always get scared when I start yapping and I'm like, for a real second, let me get real serious. Being an artist is hard. I'm a very funny person, but at the same time, you grow me stressed. I'm very stressed, actually. Truthfully. It's not good for me. Or my skin, and I would like to be on camera, so... Help the girl out. Yo. 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 Anyway, commissions are going well. Not all is failing. We're fine. Everyone, we're fine. Yeah, Beals gets it. Me and my little crash out. Me and my little crash outs. Multiple. This is just a stream of me crashing. Oh, poor Eden walks in. That's I'm crashing. Hi. Whew. I was just talking about the struggles of being an artist and how income is hard. We're falling on tough times. No, the worst thing I think that's happened, I think if you're freelance, it's like very unstable, right? And that's something you have to prepare for. And somebody was really sweet when I went full time. They gave me this like encouragement. They were like, you have to be prepared that some days it's gonna look like you're doing nothing. And you just have to adjust. And hopefully you figure it out where it's like you have enough passive income or something so that you don't burn and die. I was trying to find the phrase. Couldn't find the crash and burn? Burn and die. Crash, burn, and then subsequently die. Maybe don't do any of those things. See, this is why I don't drive. I don't even know the phrase. Crash and burn. I had another thing to follow up with that, but I just... that line was so weird that... Yeah, don't do that. That seems like... Yeah. And if you don't have insurance, definitely don't burn. So, like, don't do both. Preferably... No. Yeah, somebody gave me this advice. And I appreciated it. To not just, like, feel like the whole world is falling apart when it gets slow, because then it happens. Which is why I have so many different projects that I'm working on at the same time, which at the same time can feel a little bit like, oh, I'm getting stretched a little bit. Right, I was on this tangent and then I lost it and then I found it again. The train is back on the track. But yeah, so I've been streaming for like, we're coming on 2 years. If it doesn't go well, what are we doing here, man? At some point, you gotta look at it and be like, bro, what are we doing? To be fair, my stream lately has been doing quite well. So, you know, we're okay. We're fine. But if it doesn't keep going like this and it starts to go like this, then I'm sitting behind the screen like, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Commissions are always great, but also like imagine if I can't do this anymore because either the stream or my shop or the events don't do well. If one other option doesn't do well, quite frank, the commission stop. So, you know, it's in our interest. It's in our interest to not have that happen, you know? Because then it's like, well, how can I can't work for... I know a lot of authors follow me. How can I service you if I go down, you know? It's, yeah, and I am currently, well, can I be so frank? I have been so stressed, my body is freaking out. And so, probably, if I went to a doctor, they'd probably be like, dang girl, your cortisol levels are... Which I expect, because I am, as I always say, a vibrating chihuahua back here. I'm just like, this is me, and I'm being operated by a little chihuahua. Who's just... And then some news happens, and then they like slam with their paw. Freak out! This is my daily thing. So, right now, I'm in that phase of the roller coaster where I'm at the top, and they're like, hey, we're gonna go down, but then they stop for like an obscenely long time, where you start wondering, are we stuck? Are we good? Thank you. I will absorb them. To be honest, I got coffee today, and I was like, this is probably not great for my stress, my vibrating chihuahua indoors. But at the same time, if I don't drink a lot of coffee, I could tell I was... You know, there's two ways that you can go when you're stressed. There's like one where you're like, I'm gonna go in hyperdrive and I'm gonna get it done. And then the other version where you just like, I'm so stressed, I need to lie down and not get up until the inner chihuahua says it's okay to get up, you know? Also, by the way, chihuahuas are not supposed to be vibrating. They have trauma. So that's the inner chihuahua I've got. Trauma. Trauma of being an artist. Oh, exactly. You get it. Exactly. For me, oh my god, were y'all here when I made the enamel pins? I went to pay for them, and can I be so real? They sent me the quote. It was less than it was supposed, like, than I expected it to be, which is great. It was still upwards of $700. They charge in USD. I was like, I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian. I also charge in USD, but it's because 90% of my clients are American. But I was like, oh man. Oh, I've heard that. Oh man. Oh, I feel like buying merch would probably be similar to having to pay an editor. Cost. You're like, I don't see the merch when it's being made, and I don't see the edit being made right now. I just have to believe it was worth it, man. Sure hope so. It's my first time working with this manufacturer too, so I'm like, dude, what if they come out terribly? Am I in trouble?
I'm in trouble. I'm in danger.
That means. Oh no! Oh no! This is true. I keep seeing. Well, artists are more used to making merch, right? And we also have more resources. I feel like, because the art community, we're always like making creative merch. So then there are like areas. There are places for us to contact somebody else. We always know somebody who's made this before, kind of thing. Like when I was looking to make the manufacture these pins, I could reach out to an artist to make them, right? And I was like, hey, where do I go? How do I do it? Luckily, some people are really cagey about this. They gatekeep. Luckily, my fellow artist, nice, gave it to me. So that's why I have some faith and gave them $700. But I can imagine authors run into like more, what's the word? Errors? Like more manufacturing errors, printing errors, because they're not used to it as much. Or they don't have the education for it too, because some artists have the advantage of having gone to art. They also have that. So sometimes online, I'll see it where somebody will say, oh, I printed like this much, like 300 copies, and turns out it's wrong. And I'm like, oh. Artists can also do this, but I think it's more common among people who are not well-versed in manufacturing yet. And I feel for them, because, dang. I mean, I also have errors, for sure. But, the pain. No, that's... You do also have a physical item, though. Yeah, you guys have both. What the heck, man? What the heck is this? Oh! My own printer is inconsistent. Margot knows. She's witnessed me freak out about. There was one stream that I was printing and working at the same time, and my printer. I literally showed on camera. I was like, "Why is this like this image here? Why does it look like this?" Thanks. Thank you. I have some qualms. Isn't qualms such a weird word? But yeah, printing your own stuff is not easy. Not to mention, so I bought a sticker cutter, and turns out the sticker cutter that I bought is not very good. But now I don't have the funds to buy another sticker cutter, because the sticker cutters are crazy expensive, borderline like the same price as a printer, right? And I don't use the sticker cutter now because it was so inconsistent, and I had spent like, I would figure it out, and then the next time I would use it, it wouldn't work. And I'm like, am I crazy? Is it me? Am I just stupid? And you know when you start questioning if you're stupid, it's a whole other thing. Now you're going into like a crisis of going like, is it me? And then you start getting depressed because you're like, oh my god, I'm like an idiot. And also, this product was $400. How can it not work? And then, so you start losing your mind. So then I started manufacturing them. But then, there's another layer. There's another layer. I can't sell manufactured items in the US. So now you see my problem. Because I chose to not suffer with something like a Cricut, yes. Now I can't sell to the US? What kind of... Can't cuss. I can't cuss. I can't cuss. But just imagine a lot of cuss words being thrown out right. What do you mean? What do you mean? And I also, like, this was like soon after they made this decision. Like, the year I decided to go full time, they're like, hey, by the way, can't sell there. What do you mean? Are you trying to fight me? I'll lose. Me against, I don't know, the American government. I don't know. I don't know who made this decision. I mean, like, I do know, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know who I would even... The post office? Let's go. Canada Post, come. Also, Canada Post went on strike around the same time that I opened my shop. And I mean, I have been through a lot already. I need them to stop. I need 4,000 watch hours on YouTube. I need something to work out. You want? Isn't this? We should count. How many times can I like segue into it? Is it gonna get tiring? No, but it's a bit now. So like now we have to. I have to commit to the bit. You understand? I have really bad humor in the latest YouTube video, by the way. It's coming out tomorrow. I included a really Canadian joke in there, and when I told my husband the joke, I'm not gonna spoil it for y'all, otherwise, for purpose. But He shook his head at me. He was like, and I was like, perfect. I'm putting it in the video. Editing a video is also really difficult. It's another skill that I didn't know that I would have to develop, but social media is a crazy thing, and I now have to learn how to image. Oh, anybody was wondering, that's the program that I'm using. And the paid version is $300, and that made me very upset when I learned that. What do you mean? I have to pay money? I'm using the free version, but what are you implying? That I have to pay money to make videos that don't make money? What are you? Stop it! Why do companies do this? It's the people who don't make money that they charge. What? At some point, you're just gonna make me bankrupt, and then I won't have money to give. That don't make sense. This is just a flawed business plan, actually. Listen, I'm not saying I'm great at business. You're obviously. But like, seems like making your customers eventually quit paying you for this crazy expensive. That don't make sense. Like in video games, I do this all the time. Taxes. I am going to fight the government. It's me, my chat, and the government. Let's go, chat. There's the door. Let's. And Canada Post. No, I'm just kidding. Canada Post didn't. It's the Canadian government. I know somebody who works at Canada Post, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry, man. They be messing with both of us. Oh lord. Lordy-boo. I was absolutely, during my rant, I was thinking of Adobe. I'm really calling out everyone in this stream today. I'm like, the government, Canada Post, but not really Canada Post in brackets. Who else did I call out? YouTube Studio, TikTok, Starbucks. Said the name. Instagram, I called out everybody. I'm ready to. I have no strength, as we have established. But I'm ready to fight. Let's go. This is true. This is 100% true. Being an artist in its own right is valuable. Very. It's necessary, especially in this day and age. We need more artists. And we need more of them to fight. But like, preferably not with fists. Because as we established, I probably am not the only artist out there that they're only that. Probably we should take to social media. But wait, hold on. Maybe not social media. Maybe you should just start protesting. I don't know. Who are we protesting against? I don't... See, there's a problem. I don't even know who to fight. We're here. We might be queer. The situation is certainly queer. Oof. Queer as in bizarre. Everybody do not cheer. If you didn't know, that's the end of that. I didn't know that until my friend and I, we went to the Pride Parade, and we didn't know the rest of the cheer. They're like, we're queer, we're here. Somebody finished it, everybody cheer, and I was like, oh! Oh, there's a continuation? No, sets of threes make way more sense than sets of twos. The threes is... I don't know. Everything visually looks better in 3. Even though I'm drawing couples today, this doesn't apply. This doesn't apply here. Polishy polish. Polish. There is something about you, sir. It's triple the motorcycle there. Yeah. I was thinking about that, actually. I was like, technically. There are 3 things on the screen. And I'm working on 3 artworks. Therefore, it's a set of 3. Woohoo! Turn into Mickey Mouse right there. Oh my goodness. Everything's a callback on this stream. We were talking about Disney earlier. Now we're talking about Mickey Mouse. Today is just this stream of callbacks. Speaking of callbacks, it drops it right now. Shameless plug. I should have got my bot to do it. That would have been funny. Every 2 seconds on the screen. Hey, hey, hey. I'm trying my best. They gotta pay me more if they want me to do better than my best. Still won't do it though, because I don't know how to do that. It's you. You are my problem. Nope. Nope. Hear my aggressive tapping? I have a very— oh, I can show you! Can I show you? I can show you my keyboard. Oh. That's my keyboard. It's pink! Yeah. It's a Ducky 1, apparently. If anybody was wondering, it's backwards. It's Ducky. Anybody wants to also aggressively tap their keyboard because they're angry at social media. Can't believe YouTube Studio is not actually a studio. It's great. They can hear me when I'm gaming. They can hear my mic, like my keyboard through the mic. And that's when I'm like, yeah, this mic, this is really loud actually. This mic is actually. So today's stream seems to be the stream of me, one, crashing out, be calling a lot of callbacks. We'll see what else happens. We'll see what else happens today. Woo! See? Somebody else understands the appeal. Oh, also this is supposed to be all that is. Is it? No, it's not. It's the other character that has it. I tried out different keyboards because we've got tech people to refer to. Imagine if I didn't know somebody in tech. Ooh. Ooh. Very handy. To be honest, my tablet has like buttons for me to click, but most of the time I end up using my keyboard. It's just more satisfying that way. But I should learn how to use my keyboard better, or not keyboard, my tablet better so it's more ergonomic. But then, you know, like, muscle memory is so strong. You just end up defaulting. There's something going on with your contrast specifically, and I think it would like do the color correction. It'll make sense. Right now, it looks like he's white. Manuel is very matte, almost like he's wearing matte foundation, and that's why I'm like, what? All for men wearing makeup. I don't think you are though, but I think probably natural highlight. Highlight. I am a highlighter. This is the one thing I don't miss about having camera and the light. Because I swear when I turn off this light, no, I say it every stream, and nobody points it out, and everyone's very sweet about it. But let me say, I'm shiny. I'm shiny and I don't want to be. I'm not the shiny Pokemon here. You know what? He might be wearing guy line. You know, do you remember that guy liner? Wasn't it a time? I read this thing earlier today where they were saying like, oh, you're not a millennial if you were born between 95 and 98, but you have an older sibling, or if you have a younger sibling, that will like classify whether you're millennial or Gen Z. I was like, no man, I'm a millennial. Get out of here. I might be at the very end of it, but I didn't grow up having the cell phone, so therefore leave me alone. Therefore, I think I'm a millennial. Baby powder would also be the one. I think also the blush helped a lot. It's just becoming very flat. I know when you're drawing a dude, you kind of think, oh, less color on the face, but then they just look like they're dead, and that's not at all. Yeah, man, that's safety. Let's give them some highlight, and then we can do the. Wait, I'll come back. I'll come back, bro. We're almost there. I know it's like I've been yapping forever in a century, and it's like I swear I'm doing it. I swear. I feel like they wouldn't have that strong of highlight because of the lighting. I'm gonna add it and just so there's dimension, so again they don't look like flat. Or like that they put baby powder or whatever colored powder that matches their hair in their hair. They do have like colored powder for your hair. Have you seen Chinese ads? Those trip me out because I'm like, dude, I want them. Or if they have like, specifically, if anybody's had short bangs, they'll understand this. Like only your bangs get oily, and then the rest of your hair is fine, and then you're like, I don't want to wash all of my hair. I literally just like, you don't have to wash your hair every single day, especially with curly hair. So then, if I just wash my hair, and now my bangs are oily, I'm in the sink going like, it's ridiculous. So, and I think Japan has it too, a version where you can put like powder in your hair that matches, not like dry shampoo, but it's like maybe similar to dry shampoo, but it's literally powder form. They just put it and then it works, and I'm like, dude, what? Also, they use lash glue to their bangs. I think is very clever. When it's really windy, you can't see their forehead because it's just like glued down. Clever. Cosplayers do this too. People who have bangs, they get so innovative. You don't understand. I always have like moments where, have you heard of this? Where you're having an emotional moment, like at 2 a.m. you just I told a hairdresser about this and they were like, what? I was like, you don't have crazy clients? All of my friends understand. We're all crazy here. But I have bangs for that very reason. I had a crazy moment. And now I think they're very annoying, and I kind of wish I didn't have them. But it matches my PNG tuber, so it's brand accurate. Maybe. I don't know. You know who would understand this? Theo would understand. Because his hair also seems like the type of hair that, like, after one day, boom, gonna have to wash it or put product in it to make it work. They're so massive up here to be. What are we doing? because I'm doing 3 commissions today, and I'm trying to finish as much as I can, because look at the date. Look at the date right now. Look at the date. I thought it was the 25th, so I'm already like, wait, what is this? I also need to look at the date. What the heck? That's a lot of 2s. That's a lot of 26s. Oh my goodness. And also because I only had a 2-hour stream yesterday, because again, I felt like I was dying. Probably because I was, you know when you feel like you're dying because you're about to lose your mind? About to have a breakdown. Casually. It's just a very real stream. Very. Let me tell you about the little minty bee that I had. But unlike a mint, you don't want one of those. But they're important because it's always in the middle of the night after you have an emotional moment that you like. There's 2 things that happen. One, you look at yourself and you go, "That was dumb as heck. Why? Why did we go through that?" Or you strengthen your resolve. You look at yourself in the mirror and you go like, "Tomorrow, we're gonna get a handle on this. We're gonna achieve our dreams in one day." And that is why instead of quitting, I was like, fine, I'll promote that stupid concept 10 million times. I'm gonna do it again. I need 4,000 watch hours on YouTube. Please. Please. I will have another mentee bee, and I will cut my bangs, and then I will show up on stream, and you're gonna be like, "Azuki, why do you have micro bangs?" I'll be like, "You did this to me." Ah! 4,000. Oh, if you didn't know though, I'm almost at 3,000, and I think I have until early or something. But I'm gonna say spring to be safe. But we're already in spring, so. Something needs to go well. Not like something needs to give. I'm already giving. I am. It's giving. I wish I could be like, no, this is an act. I'm actually not this dramatic. Man, you should overhear me talking to a friend. I used to have, at one of my previous jobs, we finished, it was actually my last job before this job, full time. And we would finish work around midnight. And then we would go to like, the parking lot, and I swear we would just start screaming because nobody's out here, nobody can hear us, and we just scream about our problems. It was very cathartic. I highly recommend. Maybe don't do this in a busy parking lot. Which tablet? I'm using the Huion Canvas 13. If you want the link, it's YouTube, right? Yeah, it's a description. See the exact one. Yeah, it wasn't always there. So. I do not blame you for not knowing it's there. It's not always. I'm going to point it out because somebody's probably noticed it. There right over here, one of the photos is glitching. I don't know which one it is. So one day I opened the stream and then it was like, hey, we broke. And I was like, cool, I have 2 minutes before I'm live. I tried my best to fix it. I was probably late that day because I didn't want everybody to have like a flashbang because my photos. But I still don't know which photo it is. Honestly, sometimes I finish the stream and then I go, well, that was tough. I did my work. I did all my, not tough in like a bad way, but like I did a lot of hard work. And then I'm like, yeah, all those things that I said I was gonna fix on the stream happen next time I live. Busy woman, okay. Here I pulled out the textured brush because I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna make this. I feel like in order to make it look like kind of see. There's still something off, and it's been bothering me this entire time, but now that we're here. Oh, it's time to figure it out. Would be amazing if that just fixed it, but okay, well, that won't help us. I'm trying to figure it out, and then I can do the background because... And then this will be pretty much done, aside from color correction. Getting there. I'm getting somewhere. Some way, somehow. See, not the pose because... Like, not the pose exactly, because we use a 3D model, and we were like, yeah, that is physically possible. There's something. Like, maybe it made sense before I put the jacket on, and that's why it looks bizarre. Maybe it's the jacket causing this illusion. What body doing? Maybe this part should. See, when a client asked me, can I fix this? Or can you fix it? Could you try if it's too hard? Just to reference this correction. Probably could. Unless it's like the entire pose. Even if somebody was to be like, can you redraw the entire face? I'd probably be like, yeah, probably. I find that authors, they're always so sweet. I saw a post today where an author was really, really sweet, and they were like, artist, does this annoy you? And I was like, no. You're an angel, actually. You're so nice. Do you think that helped a little bit? Oh man, oh man. Can't help. Oop. I think in here would help. What is going? What's crack-a-lackin', buddy? Sometimes, in order to fix things, I have to make it messy, even though we just polished everything up. Nobody's mourning it more. Here lies previous iteration of Emmanuel. Here's this part. You ever notice that like the cut line of your shirt makes a huge difference? So like, there's a current cut right now. Ooh, fashion. Where if they make like a V in the front of the, like if you're wearing a crop top, for example, and then the bottom is cut like a V, it makes this illusion where your eyes think it's going like this, so it makes your waist look attached. So I'm kind of doing something similar over here to make it, the pose look more accurate right now. I'm like, what? Come on, buddy. He originally had more of the shoulder showing, and I think it looked more accurate in the sketch. That was it. And then I removed it because something went somewhere. extended. And also the shirt. I have been staring at this and not pointing it out for like the entire time I've been working. And being like, I've been trying to problem solve this entire time. And being like, well, at some point, I'll get there and try and figure it out. Now I'm here and I'm like, oh man. Where? Who, what, when, where, and why? Because I got a DRTY. Yeah, carried. Canadian? It is distracted. See, this just makes does it? Background. Come back to this later. Because I think this part looks correct now. This part here. This part doesn't look too long. It's literally somewhere here. That's an illusion happening. Right over here. And I'm like, buddy boy. What are we doing? Oh, hey. Anyway, so, thank you, I'm glad. Rather than, boom, I fixed it. I think this is a painter thing. I think it, honestly, I feel like it developed because I'm such a perfectionist, which is a weird thing to think about because my stuff is never really perfect. Recovering. Whereas when you do line art, it's kind of like solid. You're like, to go back is so much effort. So then I have just learned to, let me adapt it. Which turns out to be a great thing if you're working with clients. I have more freedom to fix things without charging. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. But then, because I stream, you know I'm not like sleazy. Just where I could go, oh yeah, that's gonna cost $300 for me to fix. And then you look at me fix it and I'm like, it took me 2 minutes. 2 minutes ain't nothing. Ask me for your 2 minutes. I'll fix it for you. I love you, please. Here. Yeah, exactly. My other artworks though, like I've done the line art and then I'm like, all right, well, that's that. Unless it's like glaring, I'm like, nope, it's staying like that. But what's the worst though is when you see the artwork, either after you post it, this is not the way, or see it like 2 weeks later. Or actually, no, this is the worst. You printed merch, and you're like, I just printed 30 of them. I have a story like that. I did print like a bunch of one print, only to realize they all had a similar issue. And then I like scrapped them and then printed them again, and then they still were running into this issue. So I had to ask a friend, like, what do you think? What should I do? She literally was like, girl, I did not notice it. Like, hey, here's a big card. Perfectionist is expensive. very expensive. So is ADHD. Can you imagine forgetting your phone? I forgot my phone at a restaurant the other day. You gotta have balance, it's true. It's so hard. You have to look at it and be like, no, it's fine, it's fine. Internally. Your internal chihuahua. The inner chihuahua is screaming. No, but it means the world's on fire. What do you mean? You know, it's like that dog meme. This is fine. Okay, well, I'm gonna I don't know right now. Woo! I'm gonna add snow in this direction of like this. I think I drew it earlier. Yeah, this S. So we have some like kind of visual here too. Try my best lately too. And then we work on the next one. Thank you everyone for being patient. We're getting there. We're getting there. Once again, I do need to add that disclaimer. This looks like the final, but then if the client has any comment afterwards, that's the final. They're the boss. The perfectionism is crazy.
I'm like, wait.
Wait, hold on. Which one? Which one? Anyway,
Anyways.
in the background or it? Okay. How do I do this? We've got effects. Wait, sorry. I need to do this because I think it's so freaking. We're having like a romantic shoujo moment. I love this brush so much. I have used it more than once in a commission, by the way. Of course I paint over it, but I think it's so funny. Really romantic. Okay, moving on. We have the glitter brush. Obviously we can't do it like this because that looks wrong. That's all I gotta say about that. Particle then. Particle size. Just make it look like ray deviation. You should do it in a different color so I can see what the heck I'm doing. See, but it's glitter. That's... I said we need more glitter. Have density. Less density. So less density is the answer. The Webtoon flower brush. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I actually have a hack. If anybody uses Clip Studio, you can do this. I learned this somewhere. So you know... Okay, maybe this is not good size. So you know this brush? The Cherry Blossom brush? If you use it like this, and then you fill in the silhouette, it looks like a tree. That's that. Yeah. Arguably could make his tattoo with it, because he has Cherry Blossom. Okay, we're going back. We've got Bloodstain. Honestly, I still question, why didn't they call this like splatter? Why did they specifically call it Bloodstain? I understand, because Clip Studio used to be like for manga, but like specifically, blood is impressive. Dang. But like really, oh, there's only one use for this. Not paint. I used it for paint on a... Oh, if you're on YouTube, the thumbnail has this brush on it. It's not blood though. Anyway, going back to glitter. Particle size. I feel like this... We don't even see what's happening yet. What is it? I feel like this is it, but I think we have to do it in this like bizarre color, and then afterwards I'm gonna have to add white. Then it'll look like snow. No, that's just wrong. Why does the particle size change the brush? We're gonna try it this way. I don't know. This... Can you imagine if this was glitter? Oh, this would be a nightmare. You would never get it out of your motorcycle. First of all, the motorcycle would be doomed. I forgot the shape. What are we doing? Okay, there we go. I completely, that was not the shape at all, actually. My bad. You know, I was playing Baldur's Gate, and there's a scene where it was like really snowy or something at the very beginning. Oh, ooh, spoilers, there's snow. My friend and I, we were playing together, and our response was just to look at it, and I think this is the typical response I have every time I see snow in a video game. But that's just Canada. That's what it looks like outside. This ain't a horror game. You just look out the window. That's what it is. And I was just about to make that joke. This is just Canada. What we're doing right now. He's wearing flannel? There's snow? It's Canada. Minnesota? No. Canada. Interesting. Making it like 3D where some of the snow is close to us. Okay, that's aggressive. That's a bit much. Calm down. There really isn't like less particle size in this. This is like what is this? Is there really not like another brush? Come on, man. I'm sure I could download something, right? I don't want to do that. They have the soft circle brush, but I can't even. You can see it at the bottom here, right? I lost the glitter. Where are you, glitter? There you are. Because the glitter doesn't even look like glitter. See? Do you see? That's not just me. Fine. Wildly. Huh? So weird, bro. What? It's like it's scared of my. Is this dirt and in water and I'm vinegar? Like what is? Oh, not vinegar. Oil? That's completely. I don't know science. That's why I went. I don't know science. Surely for these. Oh my. What is? Okay, I'm just gonna work with it now. We're probably gonna use blur on it. It's probably fine. Keyword problem. I want to put some in front here, but I want to figure out to make sure if this works. First of all, moment of truth, everyone. Gotta get rid of this. Alright. Breathing helps through a lot, you know. My eyes. Now, as a Canadian, I know how snow interacts. Sometimes, when there's so much snow, and I remember Bios was saying it earlier, that it must be tough every winter. I swear we have more costs. Wait, we have a running color spray. Hold on a second. Whoa, hold your horses that I don't have. I'm about to throw hands. Chip Studio, you too, you want to fight me? Doesn't this look more like snow than the other? Speaking good. Okay. Well, hopefully we don't have to go backwards. Yeah, I can add this. can be like this dude. Can be in the front. What am I doing? What am I doing? It's not even Cook Studio's fault. It's me. I take accountability. I don't know what I'm doing. Whenever somebody's like, "Oh my god, how'd you get so good at art?" Not to brag you, but like a beginner asked me. I don't know what to do. Like, have you watched my stream? This is another thing that's, I think, a good reason to stream. Sure. None of us know what we're doing. That's a good question. I didn't actually make that connection, but it's a really good question. Maybe Margot can answer. I did give him cooler colored hair too. Ah, yeah. Also, tsundere is the perfect word. Yeah. You know, there's so many deres that I never really thought about. I watched a video about it, I think. Because usually you only think of tsundere and yandere. And then there's like, I think there's kudere, dere. To be fair, I think. However, that is like very good question, because I think that might be it. Yeah, he is like the actually mentioned that he is like very warm. Why they match? Oh my, color psychology. Yeah, we have everything going for us. We were talking about it earlier that I was going to draw his hand sticking out. I was like, maybe it would work better. I'm not sure. But if you do this pose of putting your arms like this and you tuck your hand, I'm assuming you're very cold. Because this is what I do when I'm outside. I'm like, dude, I don't want my hand exposed. It's freezing. -20 weather. I ain't doing that. You're gonna have to pry my hands off my cold dead body because it's cold. Actually, honestly, I'm probably not dead. I'm just really cold. Soon approaching death because going outside for over 2 minutes, dude, that's a recipe for death. I was hearing about that actually. There were some warnings of some people in some places in Canada, recently, like past month or so, that if you went outside without gloves for a short amount of time, you would get frostbite. And I was like, so you're saying you could go outside and just lose your fingers? Oh, thank you. I'm good. I'm okay. Right? Yeah, I was like, that's too much. That's too much. I think, for me, that's a pass for me, dog. I'm not about that. No, I'm okay. I'm so good, actually. It looks like snow, right? Okay, but now the background is one flat color and it's a little bit... But I don't want us to get blinded by, bright light, so we're going to... Wait, we also have the spray one. Would that have worked? You know what? At this point, the more I search, the more angry I get. So maybe let's just... Oh wait, we have a cloud brush. I've been experimenting with brushes today. have clouds. It's a bit cloudy outside. Maybe it'll be fitting for the scene. Okay, the big brush was the best one. Oh. It's kind of like moody, like he's angry about it. Still haven't done the color correction. I bet it'll. I need it to look better, honestly. I need it to. To just mostly make the edge darker, so it forces us to this. And I think, for the sake of, I don't know what this layer is. Hello? Okay. Well, now you see what I always get mad about. Selection was not created. What do you mean? Well, why are you here? Get out of here. I'm going to... We have a layer for this. I think we've lost it. We lost it? I think we did. That's okay. We're gonna do it again. First, I'm gonna make the bottom of them darker, because right now it's like the lighting. This part is easy. I don't want to. That's that. Probably should add it to the bike too, to be honest. Bike is kind of in its own world. We're not in the same universe. You ever see that in like video games? Something that you're like, you're not lit the same as everything else. You don't look like you belong here. It really takes you out of it. You're like, I don't know. One of you is not like the other. I'll let tiny lighting error, but it's okay because we might hide. Ambient occlusion! Yes! Yes! Sometimes I talk about that too, specifically with the shadow of mouths. Like, here, I'm like, light never touches that, therefore. This is one thing that I didn't know how to do forever ago, and when I learned it and used the heck out of it, now I think I'm more balanced with it. Just adding like a soft brush to blend the background. Here. The same universe again. But it's not ambient occlusion, this is... I don't know what it's called. Not really reflection. Not Fresnel lighting. There's a term. Essentially, when the... Yeah, Fresnel I think is more like the almost like rim light. Bloom would be it. Yes! Love. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. So I don't look insane on the internet. Can't imagine if my parents find this stream. I think my parents know I stream, but they never watch me. I could get to 4,000 watts. I don't know how I would feel about that. I don't know how I would... Anyway, I feel like I would just explain it like, yeah, some people pay to watch me. Crazy. Oh no, wait, I tried to explain Twitch to my mom one time. She was like, what? And I was like, yeah, I don't know, Mom. I have people out there. They like talking. And then I share what I do. He's like, well, aren't you scared of people like copying what you do? And I'm like, no. I mean, if they can do what I can do perfectly, go for it. But if you're copying, it's never as good as the original. This would be a really good dig at AI right now. I'm trying to get less scared of talking. It'll never be as good as the original. You don't have the same information. And I can adapt. Sucks for you. I would like to try this, but I don't know if it'll. Some artists have this effect. They play with blur a lot more than like this. To make like everything look kind of like ethereal, and I'm just doing it for cinematic. The opacity is at 100. Is quite subtle, right? You'd have to do the color correction. I might do one more look over it. Sometimes, especially with client work, I hit a wall. I'm gonna be so honest. And when I realize I'm not hitting that wall as much, my prices change. To be quite honest. But it's a wall of like, yeah, I can't do, like, I am literally delivering my best because I'm seeing it. I cannot do better, but I'm trying my best to get there. And yeah, you know, what can you do? So, correction? This is the fun part. Not render, actually, maybe I'll move this. I have to brightness. Like this looks, for me, it might be a thing of like, I get so used to it, staring at it for so long, but then like, when I do this, now you're like, oh yeah, it's finished, you know, that's how it feels for me. Thank you, I'm glad. I definitely thought this scene would be more like simple with the background, so I was like, let's do something. Let's do something. Saturation. They're outside, like this really gloomy weather, so saturation. Probably this. But we can do color balance. See if it'll something. Sometimes I like play with it, and then I'm like, okay, well that was rude. What did he do to you? Just block his face. Wow, that was actually simple. Okay. So for the shadows, we established that the shadows should be more blue. Interesting. Mid-tone. Go for it. Well, now we're underwater, everyone. Under the sea. Hey. I didn't. Something about me likes this bit of red. Now that's just disgusting. This makes them look more like wax figures. This makes it a little bit too. Okay, calm down. Highlight. Alright. I'm gonna affect the background. Okay. You know how like blue light hurts your eyes? Yeah, that's not. Oh, but then this looks more like white, and then this looks more like blue. You know what? I'm happy like this. This is a subtle change. Very subtle. But I think the bike looks more red and some blues look. We should save. Did I save this whole time? Also, I haven't looked. Hold on. Usually I have it both of them. Okay, I don't know. Oh, we're good. We're bueno. Bueno. Kinder bueno. Alright, so I saved this one. I might come back, fix something. I don't know. Now we're on to the next one. Yay! It's a long story. Of course, I'm gonna put the name here so you know who I'm working with. I can type, y'all. This one we don't have a background with. Not really. But I assume it's gonna be dark. I checked. There's no notes. Yeah. I'm not like upset when there are notes, but it's more like when there are no notes, I'm like, oh, I go through this fast. Render. I did the faces, which is the hard part. So really, we just go into it. This time I'm drawing a woman. There's a woman involved. It took me a long time to get to that. This is like a weirdly structured where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna work on 3, but then it's kind of, if I'm finishing it, it's kind of hard for me to be like, and now's the point where I stop and go. No, you're so good. You're so good. I think especially if you have like a really complicated, which is not to mean bad, it's more like you have a complicated, it will naturally collaboration, which is like, you know, fun because you want to make it the best it can. I would much prefer a client tell me, hey, I hate this, than to be like, hey. And then later I find out somehow, this has never happened to me, but if I found out afterwards that the person I work with would be unhappy, provided that they were an absolute sweetheart, because, you know, sometimes, this has never happened to me, but I can imagine it could happen to somebody, where like, you have like a nightmare customer or something. And then they leave unhappy, then you're just like, well, like what it... You were unhappy when you entered the store, and you're unhappy when you leave the store. I don't know if... I don't know if I've ever had like an unhappy client. I've had clients where we've disagreed and had miscommunication. Yeah, at that point, like, come on, what? The one time I had like an issue with a client, we emailed back and forth, and I was like, no, but like, I think it's similar to when you get your hair done, and then there's like, oh, I'm not happy that I'm not as blonde as I wanted to, and I'm like, no, but I explained at the very beginning, I could not make you that blonde. I tried my best to explain it. I want to know where we went wrong. Where did I go wrong? Where you didn't understand that I cannot make you platinum blonde. What happened? That one was a one where I was like, this is a new one. And then usually artists will silently do this, but when they have a situation like that, they change their terms of service. You know when you see something weird in somebody's terms of service and you're like, well, that's obvious, so why would you have to write that? It wasn't obvious to someone, that's why it's there. No skateboarding allowed in the salon. I wonder why they have that sign there. Some lunatic decided to skateboard in the salon. Soft skill is, yeah, exactly it. They have to learn how to sell their services, but they also have to learn how to navigate. But luckily, at least at most of the clients that I find are authors, they have a very similar way of like navigating the conversation, and they're all sweethearts, pretty much. I do get like concerned now. I do after that experience when somebody asks for something really, really big, a really, really big project, and then they're really quick to be like, yeah, this is fine. Then I'm like, is it fine though? Did you do the financing? Because I'm scared. Because then they always will be like, oh no, this is not what I expected. What? If it's a small order, it's very easy. That's why when I work with clients, and if you're here and you're a client, you will know that I double check like multiple times. I'm like, this is the thing, and before you pay, check. Please check, because please. The experience is scary. The one time somebody's mad at me, I'm like, no, please. But yeah, exactly. Tide Pods. You know what? To be fair, whenever I use a Tide Pod now, I think about that. Not eating one. I think about how squishy they are, and I'm like, you know what? I can see why I can't eat them. Not me personally going like, I'm gonna eat it. But when I was a kid, let me tell you, you know when cars used to have those cigarette things? Apparently this is a common experience. I think also with stovetops, like the wiry stovetops. The cigarette burner things, I totally touched it when I was a kid. I was like, is this thing on? Cigarette burning off my fingerprints for the crimes that I will commit as I don't actually remember how old I was, but just imagine, just as a child. Forbidden candy. Ooh. I recently was reminded of this, not for forbidden candy, but like forbidden fruits, in the terms of, you know how some people will eat something and they go, oh, I don't like that because it's spicy, and then everyone in the room turns to them and goes, buddy, I think you're allergic. Because it's not meant to be spicy. I'm not allergic to any fruits, but I think I maybe have an allergy to almonds. But not like a strong allergy, not like a literal allergy. To be honest, I think it's birch pollen. And there's such thing as like, if you're allergic to a certain type of pollen and the food comes in contact with that pollen often, you will get the allergy in your mouth, which is really weird. Called allergies. I don't really know. I'm not a scientist. Haven't been to a doctor because finding an allergist seems like a whole thing. You know, Canadian healthcare. So like we have free Canadian healthcare, right? But then the problem is, I don't even have a family doctor. You know how difficult it is to find a family. If it's free for everyone, all of us have the doctor, and then doctors have a limited amount of patients that they can take. I can't find a doctor. So if I have an emergency, I'm going to the ER. I don't have to pay, but I do have to wait like 2 hours. So basically what I'm saying is, a doctor in a second, and if I did, I'm pretty sure they would be very concerned. Be like, wow, you are really unhealthy. I'd be like, well, you need more vitamin D. You don't go outside much, do you? Well, no, I don't. I didn't actually really know much about the Brazilian healthcare. Clearly, I only know about their voting system. I actively avoid that. How can you avoid it if you don't know what to avoid? I avoid it now. The embassy doesn't know where I live. They can't find me. Oh. But I heard it's like $40 in US to get an ambulance. Quite expensive. Over here, you don't have to pay for it. That's very good. Yeah. I can believe it because it's, yeah. I am very concerned about that. The fact that you have to pay for the ER. I mean, our healthcare system is not perfect by any means. In fact, I was just telling my husband about this, that I have been done wrong. Actually, this whole stream. So let me show you. Hopefully not freaky. So I was doing the dishes one day, and my dishes were too cheap, and it broke, and it sliced my hand. A long time ago. And now I have a scar over here, and it didn't heal properly. And I was itching it all day, going like, oh man, for some reason today, I guess because the air is really dry. I'm like, that doctor messed up, man. I think they probably should have stitched it because my work is so, at the time I had to work with my hands. I had to wear gloves, and it was always moving. There was no way that this would heal closed. So it healed basically open, and now I have a scar on my hand that's itchy. So the doctors be doing me dirty. I recently learned this. I'm so sorry if anybody, this is like a weird science fact that I've learned, and I searched it up because I learned it on like YouTube Shorts, and then I was like, I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna check my sources. We all should do that. We really should when it comes to medicine. And he was saying, I'm gonna say something again, once again, so real. So many artists have depression. So many years ago, I was on antidepressants. Woo! So when I'm freaking out, you understand my freak out, right? There is a mini chihuahua in here. Anyway, point was, they're supposed to be very careful with it because if you stop taking it, it's very bad, right? You're supposed to be watched when you... They didn't watch me, and what I learned from this short was apparently if you stop immediately, like cold turkey, you can have problems for years, like not mental, but like not just mental, neurological problems for years. And I was like, nobody told me. Nobody watched me, and nobody told me. Dude, now I'm sitting here going, do I have problems? Probably. But I was so like, the healthcare system let me down. No matter where you are, man, the healthcare system be letting you down. And I actually told a doctor about this, and then they were like, oh yeah, that doctor probably didn't realize. And I was like, no, but this is a huge issue. I think the first time you do it, like not the first time, the first few weeks, if you stop, basically everything you're taking the medication for gets significantly. So let's say, if it's an antidepressant and you stop taking an antidepressant, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to get very depressed very fast. And not in a simple way, but also because it's messing with neurology. What happened to me was my nerves were very weird. So I had this weird experience where when I walked, it felt like I couldn't feel my feet, which is probably not great. That's not great. It's very dangerous. You can't feel your feet while you're walking. You're more likely to trip over them, right? But in this video, they were saying that it's very likely you experience something called brain zaps, where it's like you feel like electrical shock. And I was like, yeah, probably experienced that. I don't remember. Oh, that was another thing. Yeah, my memory just disappeared. I was like, I can't remember it. It was really messed up. Yeah. But to be fair, it was when I made a YouTube video about this. Hey, YouTube! I can always bring it back around. But I mentioned it in my YouTube video that it was the most miserable time of my life when I was studying university. So it makes sense that I had to take the medicines. The drugs! Don't do drugs, kids. But also, I used to make that joke all the time. I'd be like, I don't take drugs. Unless they're prescribed. Listen, I have developed so much. I no longer make dark humor jokes. That dark. See? It's so common. See, if somebody else in the chat already, and I don't have that crazy of a chat. Wait, hold on. That was bad wording. Crazy. Crazy, man. But I don't have that big of a chat, so if in a small pool of people, that's somebody else knows what I'm talking about. That's ridiculous. What the heck? So they should really be watching you, but they did not. They done messed up. They let a crazy woman doubt on the streets. I can't believe this. Now I'm on the internet, spreading misinformation. My doctors. Oh, also another way they messed up. Sorry, this one is funny though. Nobody caught that I had ADHD. I think it's crazy now. It's the only test that I could get 100% on. It was like really, really obvious. So I have been living my whole life going like, man, maybe school is just really hard and I'm not smart. Meanwhile, my friend is over here with like a doesn't even have a degree yet. She just looks at me and goes, you should sort that out. But if anyone was curious, I don't think this is too TMI, oversharey. I don't know, I'm always concerned. Always very cautious. We're on the internet. I did used to take medication for it, for my ADHD, so I would focus better. But then when I left school, I stopped. But now if I want to take them again, they're not covered by insurance. That's another thing that's messed up. I think that like this thing that literally helps me do my job is not insured. So basically, I would have to spending a heckin' money just and like picking which day I want to be productive and which day I don't want to be productive in order to be able to. That's why we should get my YouTube monetized, everyone, so I don't have to. That's why. So I can take my meds. But then maybe I'll stop being crazy on the internet. This is what I'm saying. This is a very weird policy that I think is. And so now, you know what? Honestly, if it's, I feel like anybody that I talk to for over an hour, I need to give them this disclaimer. Hey, if I forget what I'm saying, can you remind me what I was saying? Or can you just be okay with the fact that chances are I'm going to jump back into this topic in like 3 hours when I remember what I was talking about? Because your girl, what am I supposed to do, man? I'm ready. Add the Canadian pharmacies to the list. You're ready to fight. It's funny, but it's also like, no, genuinely, if I forget to reply to you, just remember this factor, okay? It makes me very quirky and a very fun streamer, but also it's very difficult for me to. And don't forget to say, oh my god. See? This is a huge thing, genuinely. I think that is part of the reason. Also, like, the more tired I get, the later the stream goes, the more likely I am going to be more forgetful, because that's just how your brain gets tired, and then, you know, that's how it works. Also a thing in video games. Oh, actually, this is a really good reference. I can tie it back into something happy. So, I'm playing Baldur's Gate, right? And the same voice actor for Mael in Expedition 33, I did a fan art of her on YouTube. It's on YouTube. You can go back and watch it. But the same voice actor voices Shadowheart in Baldur's Gate. So I'm like, oh, I know that person. The fun thing is, Jennifer English, the voice actress, she was the one who pushed to make an easy mode in Baldur's Gate. I think apparently it didn't exist. Not Baldur's Gate, sorry, Expedition 33. And Expedition 33 is quite hard, actually. If you can't hear audio cues and if you can't focus. And it's because she said, like, she has ADHD. It's really hard for her to know how to parry and to do that. So she is the reason, somebody with ADHD is the reason there is an easy mode of Expedition 33. Which is great, because I didn't play it on easy mode, but I did play it on stream, and I was very bad at it. And everybody kept going, there's an audio cue, you should be able to hear it. And I'm like, I don't hear it because I can't process audio. I didn't say it on stream because it felt like a weird interject to say to somebody who's just hopping into my stream for the very first time. But now that we're here and you're used to talking to me for like 5 minutes, I can't process audio. I can't hear footsteps. I don't have good directional hearing. It's very easy to spook me. I would be a great actress in a horror movie. Already I'm vibrating. Maybe I'm vibrating because one, I have to have coffee in order to concentrate. That's a self-medication for you ADHD non-havers, but very nice. And then I also can't hear when somebody's approaching me. So sometimes my husband walks into my office and because I'm really focused, hyper-focused, you know? I literally jump up and I do one of these. Why? And I get mad immediately. I'm like, why would you do that? He's like, dude, I walked in here and I had really loud footsteps. I'm here to check up on you. I'm just checking if you're alive. I'm like, I thought I was gonna die. I'm scared, man. God, don't sneak up on people. He did not sneak up on me at all. Like he could have been standing behind me for like 10 minutes. Don't hear it at all. Hyperfocus and non-directional hearing. That's gotta be a crazy combination. See, I'm not alone. I'm not crazy. No, I am crazy, but just like, you know, not that type of crazy. But it's really funny. But it like it's funny after the fact. But in the moment, I am like irrationally angry because I'm like, dude. Can't just do that because you're like your heart is pounding. You're like, why? You can't just be doing that. You can't do that to people. I always feel bad too afterwards. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I snapped at you. I was just really scared. Oh, these are the small struggles that are kind of funny actually. They're like, those are the struggles I don't mind. There are the struggles where I very much mind. Me losing my glasses. I bought 2 pairs of glasses. One because wearing these outside in public invites conversation, and I feel like it's more like better for like brand stuff. Like when I'm on stream, oh, it fits the brand, so then you know it works. And also, can you imagine me going to a funeral in these glasses? That was my immediate thought. I was like, I gotta get other glasses. And then the other thing, I keep losing my glasses, so like I can't remember where I put my glasses. And I also can't see my glasses. Listen, I'm visually impaired, apparently mentally impaired. We have all the impairments, which is why I need your support. I don't want to find another job, everyone. I have to learn it again. That's a lot of work. It's so much work. Please just watch the video when it comes. I do think there's a superpower to it. They do say that a lot of people like me end up doing, because it's so difficult, realistically, it's so difficult for us to hold a job because we can't remember things and we forget things and we make a lot of mistakes. When you're working for yourself, you just go, I'm used to making a mistake, I'm gonna fix it myself. Like, let's say I don't remember to save, I'm like, dang, I didn't remember to save. I'm gonna make up those 3 hours. I'm going to not be paid for it, but I'm gonna fix it. But when you're working for a company and let's say you lose something, they have to pay you for that and then you're a liability, right? So I have worked many hours for companies unpaid secretly because I made a mess and I didn't want to get fired. A lot. It's happened a lot, okay? So I would rather not have to do that, thank you. That's why I'm so panicked about the whole thing. If it was more like a, oh well, if this art thing doesn't work out, there's a plan B and it'll be fine. That's a whole other thing. Oh. Yeah. There's no such thing as normal, but definitely I ain't it. I do think, I was watching a video, I do think it's on the rise that more people are going to have really bad attention spans and poor memory because of, like kids using it too early. And it's probably not good for them. No, it's definitely not good for them. It's definitely not good for me. I can't look at TikTok for more than 3 seconds. Otherwise, I'm gone. It's a void that you just get sucked into. And then some people will say, they'll be like, I can't imagine doom scrolling. I have self-control and will. I'm just like, hey man. I'm wired differently from you, man. You can't put something fun in front of me. Which is why I have such a hard time taking breaks. See, everything is connected. I don't take breaks usually because if I start taking a break, I can't go back. I can't get back to work. Which is why I go so hard on my day off. See, everything's connected. Now my patterns make sense to everyone, right? Now my patterns of emailing you at 3 a.m. in the morning doesn't seem so crazy now, does it? I'm not crazy, but I am. And it's fine. It's fine, everyone. It's fine so long as I work for myself. Imagine if I had a boss who was like, yeah, you're gonna have to come in at like 9 a.m. Oh my god. Me working at a coffee shop, that was rough. Truly. My shifts used to be 5:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. and now I wake up around 2. That was a crazy time of my life. I can't imagine going back to waking up at 5 a.m. in the morning. I actually liked waking up at 5 a.m. in the morning, but then when I got home, at the time, I was studying art in school, like online school. So it happened a few times, which was pretty funny. I'd fall asleep during like a Zoom call for like class. And the camera's on, right? So then I'm sitting there and I'm in class. They don't have the context that I woke up at 5:30 that morning and I just finished a shift. So I just look like a jerk. And I'm sitting here. Yeah. Design fundamentals. Knocked out. Apparently I knocked out for like a whole hour. And then afterwards my classmate was like, you seemed really tired in class. And I said, yeah, I woke up at 5:30 that day. It was a really hard shift, I'm sorry. But then the teacher doesn't know that. And I think the teacher probably is like, wow, this girl, she's so rude. And I'm like, no, I was just really trying. You know when you're trying really, really hard to stay awake? It's hopeless. And sometimes what would happen is I would fall asleep. Like my classes would have critique, right? And what would happen is I would stay awake for my critique, and then it's great to stay awake for everybody else's critique because then you can apply what you learn from their critique to you. And it's like a shared learning experience. It's very cool, and it makes everything a little bit, you would think it makes you more anxious, but it makes you more like, oh, we're really all in this together, we're learning together. It's a very nice experience. And my friend was in that class too. Sometimes I would end up missing her part of the critique, and she would reference it to me and say, hey, yeah, so do you remember what the teacher said about my thing? And I'd be like, I'm gonna be so for real, I fell asleep. Or she'll message me later and goes, you fell asleep, didn't you? Because you didn't even say bye at the end of class. I was like, yeah, I did. I had my critique and then I was out. Bounce. Listen, when you see me as an artist online thinking I didn't put in the work to get to this point, just remember me sitting in a Zoom class going, yeah. I tried my best. There were some classes that I absolutely did not fall asleep to because they were so interesting. I really was so involved. Or maybe my shifts just worked out. But, you know, I didn't have to post. That's another level of torture. I think sleep deprivation, isn't it a genuine torture method? Because like, oh my god. It was a rough time. Y'all, I'm just really recounting all of my tales today. Hopefully the humor balances out. I've lived a life, man. With so many different careers at this point. Not careers, jobs at this point. I think that's a common thing, right? If you're like a freelance artist, chances are you don't have the skill set to be working like just any job. So you just jump around and you do like a bunch of different tasks. Let me tell you, the weirdest comparison, so it's like these two, they're not back to back, but one job was a barista, right? And people look at me and they assume I'm a barista. Because, come on. Somebody once told me I look like an artist and I don't know what that means. Or, like now I do because of the glasses. Otherwise, I was like, what do you mean? And then the other job was like physical hard labor. And I'm like, yeah, this is a really weird combination. Like one is like, I have to lift pallets that is like 70 pounds max. And do squats on the daily. And then the other one is,
I'm gonna make your drink, sir. Yeah, sure. Half calf, soy, no foam. Got it.
I was really bad at remembering those orders, but if you're wondering. Yeah, I still question it. I was wondering if it's like, maybe it's because I wear anime shirts to work, because I didn't want to wear pretty shirts, again, with palettes. I was like, I did share this online, and then there were some weird people, somehow, at this time, my Instagram actually did have pretty good reach, but the problem is it would reach really weird people. And they were like, no, it was definitely an insult. And I was like, what? One of them was like, you look greasy. And then I was like, I texted my friend later. I literally was, I had wet hair in the video. So I was like, that's crazy. They were like, you look like you should take a shower. I was like, I'm straight out of a shower. What do you mean? Hi, Floral. I might not remember. We just established that I have really bad memory. But if you tell me what's on and what we talked about. Right? No, I've heard some crazy things on the internet. And at this point, maybe I should not be phased. My very first stream on YouTube, my very first art stream on YouTube, the very first chat that I got was somebody, not insulting, but complaining about what I was drawing. And I was like, this is the start of a saga. This is the start of a journey. What is that? Now I don't really experience it so much, but it is the reason why I'm so careful on screen and online to say anything. I'm like, please. Please. I can't. I don't want to deal with it. But as you have seen on this stream, when I'm sharing my face, really, I'm not that scared to share my face, and everyone's pretty nice about it. I don't know how you would be weird about that, but people, you gotta assume that they're just... It's always the people who don't have a profile picture too. So I'm like, so you have comments on my face, but at least I have a face. You're not even a face. You don't even have. Or whenever I think about like rude comments where somebody's like mean to me, this is the only time I pull this flex of like, yeah, but I have this many followers. I'm making content. Actually putting myself out there. What do you do? Burn! Only time I use it. Every other time I'm like, yeah, it doesn't really mean anything. My mom asked me a while ago about it. She's like, how do you have that many followers on Instagram? And I go, they don't really mean anything. Don't worry about it, Mom. Don't. Shh. It's okay. They're probably not real anyway. It's fine. It's usually what I say. The internet is mean. It can be so mean. Luckily, over here on this stream, most of them have been really nice. Face. If it's the first time seeing my face, I can tell it's the girl behind the chat because they go, "Oh my god, you're so pretty," and I go, "Thank you, thanks, girl." It's one of those kind of vibes. Yes, sis, absolutely, queen. Throw in some random jargon, but for the most part, yeah, everybody's super. Only like a few times. I feel like in like 2020, I think because I had more controversial content. Not really controversial, but like if I shared a hot take, right? The thing that bewilders me on social media, and I think a lot of artists run into this, is making content that's like kind of it's either rage baity or it's like clickbaity, right? Something that you want to argue about, something you want to talk about. That's the content that does really well. But then it also invites a really nasty audience a lot of the time. One of my best videos on TikTok has like 200,000 views. And it's because the comments are incredibly mean. They're like really mean. To the point where like it had been posted for 2 months. And I wasn't even looking at them. They just kept going. And I was like, y'all are weird. I'm not even reading them. Which makes it super weird. Extra. They don't even care that somebody's not reading it. They really want to share their negative, or they really want to make it. TikTok though, it's really weird for artists. Which is why I post up there, and if you try and message me, I'm not gonna be there. I don't want to be there. It's scary. The art community on TikTok is very weird. There's so many YouTube videos about that specific thing. I don't know what it is. Is it because like they're younger audience over there, or like I don't know. It's a very weird. But that's why when people are like, "Oh, how'd you get so many big, like how'd you get so many followers?" I'm just kind of like, I fell ploy to the tactics of sharing hot takes. And to this day, some of my best videos are the ones where like I'm talking about something like negative. But I mean to do it with like a fun twist. I don't want like super negative, you know? Look at my personality. I don't want that. I want to have like a wholesome, chill vibe, man. I don't even allow swearing on my streams. Come on, man. Let me be cool. Let me be cool. The internet hates to see a healed girly. Oh my god. You can't be chill on the internet. The chill people aren't popular. It feels like Mean Girl. You have to be mean in order to be popular? That's so dumb. That's stupid. And I refuse to. That's why I'm like, nah, I don't want to be famous. Okay. If it requires me to be kind of a jerk, I would rather not. I'm so cold over here in my little bubble. However, as we've established, poor Floral over there. I might not be a jerk, but I unfortunately am still really bad at remembering people's names. I don't know what that's about. That means, oh my god, you should watch my YouTube streams and you should chat more often. And then I'll remember you, and then we'll be best friends. And all of us here... hold hands unless you don't like holding hands, virtually holding hands. You know, I personally don't really like holding hands. But we'll all hold hands in a circle virtually. And like, I don't know. I really don't like physical. I don't know what that is. Speaking of, you know how in France they give like the 2 kisses? Yeah, 2 kisses, and then in Brazil they also give 2 kisses. Man, as a kid I hated that. I hated that so much. This is a big different cultural thing. I think in Latin America, perfume is like really popular, but in Asia they really don't like perfume, or if they do, it's very soft. Like they don't wear very strong perfume. And I always wear too much perfume when I do, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's because I grew up with it, and I can't smell anything. I have a feeling it's because they had kid perfume. I had perfume as a kid. That's the culture. Okay, I don't even remember the brand, but I definitely remember the smell. Somebody out there is watching this going like, why does a kid need perfume? Dude, I don't know. I didn't ask. It just gave it to me. My goodness. Yeah, I prefer like less strong ones. But I went to Copacabana, the restaurant. It's like churrasqueira, right? Meat. Barbecue, Brazilian barbecue. And then there was this lady there, and her perfume was so strong, and it was like I think it was a musky smell. And I didn't know how to like tell them, so I didn't. But like, how do you bring that up? How do you go, hey, your perfume gives me a headache, and I don't want you as my server? How do you do that? How do you do that politely? I don't know. But I hated every time she came to the table because I was like, oh my god. Oh. But that's the reason I didn't really like physical contact when I was younger, because everybody was wearing such strong perfume, and by the end of the day, after not even end of the day, like 30 minutes in after greeting everyone, you're like, oh my head, there's too many smells. My nose confused. I feel like my nose has been in a circle. Ooh. Yeah, very. Yeah, but there really is no nice way to be like, hey, you stink, man. Get away from me. Yeah. I'm of the thinking of like, if you can't change it in like 5 minutes, don't say anything. But like, yeah, sensory overload, exactly that. But also the smell was so strong that it would absolutely give you a headache. Like it was, especially because like, you know, a lot of people, at least maybe now people put perfume different places. They tend to put it here, right? And then if you're giving like kisses like this, you're like right next to where they put perfume, and you're like, oh, can't smell anymore. Oh no, the fact that you know the day means that it must be like an occurrence. Quite the occurrence. You're like, no, I know what day. I know what not transit. I know what vehicle. I know your face by the end of it. I've heard some really you doing one of these like I've heard of some really cute stories where like people commute together but they don't actually talk to each other, and then like they like one day that they're sick, they're not there, they come back and the person they never talked to goes, hey, I missed you, buddy, and then they go back to not talking to each other. But I think that's so cute. Like, aw, like we don't talk to each other, but I recognize your presence is noticed. Introverts, yeah, exactly. And I think that's so cute. I thought I was an introvert for a long time. Turns out people are just scary, considering my experience on the internet. You can understand. Actually, even before that, but like people are just, in general, they scary, man. People are scary. Any person working retail, man, they're scary. should save. The face and the fingers are the thing that I'm like, oh, that's gonna take a second. This part here, don't really have to do. Use a gradient. Call it a day on that. This part, I'm gonna have to draw this using a brush, because that would be faster, and why are we gonna do all this? Work smart, not hard. Or, if you're like me, work hard, but just, you know, make peace with the fact that it's not very smart. Or work hard, realize it didn't work, and then work smart right after. That one's the worst one. I've been running into this a lot while gaming recently, because I've never really gamed a game that needed strategy so much. And like, so I go into every game going like, yeah, just fight everyone. That's the solution. Violence. That's the solution. And then it happened twice in the same playthrough. Well, to be honest, I was playing for hours at that point. Many hours. Basically a shift playing video games. And it happened twice where the solution was not to fight and lose 10 times, but to instead look for a small item or something, or talk to somebody. And I'm like, no, I don't want to talk. I just... On site. It's on site, buddy. You're looking at me nasty. I don't like how you're looking at me. Let's go. What do you mean? What did you just call me? Let's go. Clearly, I'm in a mood today. Maybe I've been playing too many video games. The violence. It's calling me. Because I'm like, today, I'm like, no, we gotta fight. You wanna fight me? I remember when I was a kid in high school, I had a classmate, and I remember this, I don't remember much. There's no space up here. We're doing too much. There's no space. There was I think it might have been like grade 6? A long time ago. I'm old. But I had a classmate, and he did a paper on how like violence in video games, and how people are very against video games because they claim that the violence encourages children to be violent, you know? And I recently watched a video talking about this, where Nintendo, shout out Nintendo used to not own, but they had the platform that Mortal Kombat was played on. You know Mortal Kombat, right? If you're a kid, don't watch clips of that. In fact, if you're an adult with sensitivities, don't watch that either. I can't watch it. I watch it going, oh, no, put it away. Actually, don't put it, just shake hands. Don't do that to each other. That's awful. That's disgusting. Well done. You made me feel something. Ooh. But that game has to be the epitome of violence. Okay? Like in video games, that's gotta be the one you think of when you think, oh, violence in video games, Mortal Kombat. Anyway, apparently Nintendo, the platform that Mortal Kombat was on belonged to Nintendo. And because of that, at least American Nintendo censored it. And they said, we don't want to contribute to that. We don't want kids to witness that or whatever. Something. And because of that, they pushed adult gamers, pushed the, I think, ESRB rating. They wanted the games to be rated, mature, everyone, teen, rather than be like, no, just censor the video games. And I think that probably was the right move. And now, people can't be saying, oh, well, maybe they can still say it to some degree. Oh, video games make kids violent. No, the parent should pick the video game, watch what they're playing, and educate them that that's not how real life works. If you bonk somebody over the head with a hammer, not a toy hammer, bonk, they're in fact not gonna get up after. They do not respawn. So maybe don't do that. Tommy, don't hit your sister with the hammer. Put the hammer down. Anyway, this is something I think about now. I'm like, yeah, that classmate, he was onto something actually. He knew what was up. Video games don't make kids violent. Not all that much. However, lag does. Have you ever seen that t-shirt? Video games don't make me violent. Lag does. Yeah, violent toward my computer. Why are you lagging? We have Ethernet. What are you doing? To be honest, I have the Ethernet for the stream specifically. Can you imagine if I had bad internet? You would just see me floating like this. Good internet is imperative for this. You don't want to see me with bad internet. Stream on Wi-Fi would be crazy. I've had it happen a few times that OBS would crash too. And then I'd come back and be like, y'all, what just happened? I didn't see the crash, but apparently you all did, so. Hello? Anybody there? Hello? But I'm not a techie person. I'm just lucky to have somebody who's techie, because otherwise I would not know how to operate this. Can you imagine? Oh man. We'd be streaming on Wi-Fi. I would run out of hard drive space. Oh. Bless the techie people, the creative people, and then the people in STEM or in tech, they're just like this. Yes. Every artist at a market. Our internet provider is good. Are they? I would say they are. Like, I don't have much problem with my internet. So I would say probably. However, in the wintertime, things go wrong. And they're pretty fast at fixing it. So that, I think probably they have to be, right? They have to be prepared for crazy weather. Like, things literally go down because the weather's so bad that something out there will fall over. And like, phones will be down. Like, cellular towers will go down. Wi-Fi's down. Everything's down. So they're pretty fast at, like, if there's an outage, they like email everyone. They're like, hey, this is what's happening. We'll be back soon. They're pretty good at it. However, I have issues with Bell. Not because I don't like Bell. But I see another brand that we're gonna fight. So when I was getting married, this is a really funny story actually. So my classmate was actually my wedding photographer. I did everything budget. We did not have a big wedding. Look at me, I'm an artist. Do you think I have money? And I got married quite young too, so not like I had money. So my friend was my wedding photographer. My dad and I were ready to walk out, but we're doing this at a house. Beautiful timing. The Bell guy, somebody who works at Bell, came to, like, you know, door-to-door sales? He came to the door, rings the doorbell. I think we opened the door, and I'm in a wedding dress. So I'm looking at him going, bro, read the room. You need to leave. And my dad is quite quiet, so he didn't say anything. But he in fact held me in place. He was like, don't worry about it. Somebody else will handle it. Shh, it's fine. Don't, stay composed. I was ready to fight the guy. I was like, what do you mean? Dude, I'm in heels. Dude, don't make me come over there. I'm on tile. I will fall. So my wedding photographer, he was the one who stepped in. Looks at the guy, goes, we're having a wedding here, man. You gotta go. Close the door. So I have a problem with Bell. Not Bell. You can't provide service to me anymore. They still come to my door, and it's very annoying. But now we have a camera, and I refuse to open the door when Bell's there. But they know that They know that I'm here because the dog is barking, and you can hear me in the background going, "Shh! They can't know we're here. Shh! Shh! Let it go. It's just Belle. Let him leave." It's the telemarketing. I'm sure it's bad in America too, but there's a lot of telemarketing. It's getting a little out of hand. Like, it's gotten much worse. I got a phone call yesterday. I'm gonna fight the telemarketers too. Come here. And listen, do I look like I know anything about stocks? I'm really bad at finance. Nobody used that as a way to take advantage. I do have an accountant. Because I can't do the finance myself. The list is growing. The list of people I need to fight. But like, I got a phone call. First of all, they say, "Is this Azuki?" And I go, "Yes," because I don't... Honestly, I shouldn't have picked up the phone. But the thing is, it didn't filter as spam. So then I was like, pick up the phone. And then they say, "Yeah, so we're working..." First of all, not speaking in pure English. So this is not always a sign, but I'm like, I don't even know if this is a Canadian phone at this point. Because there are agencies that work from outside, right? And they're just using a Canadian phone. And he's like, "Yeah, I work for stocks and something something." And I was like, definitely didn't give my phone number to them. What the heck? Stocks? But also, how'd you get my name? So this is like, usually I just immediately hang up. But like in this case, I literally was like, how do you know my name? How do you get this number? I'm not interested in whatever you have to give to stocks. Stocks. Stop stalking me. Leave me alone. Get out of here. It was wild. That was a weird one. And I don't know why, but I get very irrationally annoyed when I have to pick up the phone because I don't like talking on the phone in the first place, but also like that means you interrupted whatever I was doing. Now I gotta talk to you. Now I gotta berate you. And honestly, they're probably just doing their job, but now I gotta berate you because how do you have my name down here? Oh, I remember when back in the day when I had a house phone. Because obviously they're gonna call every person, and I would pick up the phone, and during election time they'd be like, "Oh, so blah 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 blah," and I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm a kid. I don't even understand what you're talking about. I'm just gonna hang up." Speaking of when I was a kid, this is also telemarketer. I've told this story on stream a long time ago, but I think it's still really ridiculous and it still sticks. So I was a quiet kid. Unbelievable, right? Very loud adult, but very, very quiet kid. I was very shy and very, very polite. I don't know if that's a Canadian thing, but I was just very polite on the phone. So I pick up and I go, "Azuki residence." Azuki, yeah, my last name canon is Azuki. Anyway, Azuki residence. Because I'm not the adult. And they say, "Oh, I think it was air duct cleaning or something." They're like, "Oh, I'm calling for blah, 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 blah." They go on a whole spiel. And then I say, "I'm not the house owner. I'm not, like, I can't ask for service." And then the guy goes off on me and he starts yelling at me. Going like, "Why didn't you tell me that? Why you waste my time?" And I was like, "Bro, who's wasting whose time? You didn't tell me why you were calling. I could have told you immediately and been like, dude, I'm not interested in duct cleaning. Why did you just keep talking? What? You didn't even ask who you were talking to first. That was crazy." It still sticks in my mind because I was like, dang, that guy was really bad at his job. So sometimes I hang up on telemarketers and I just say like, "I'm not interested." Or lose my number, whatever. But that one occurrence was wild. That was like, maybe I shouldn't be. I don't know. That was a wild one. Now I'm extra wary because dude was berating a teenager. All because I was polite? That was wild. I don't know what he expected to happen. I think I insulted him back, by the way. I said, "Wow. Great telemarketer. Which was pretty bold for a teenage me, to be honest. I was pretty quiet kid, so. Props to me. Props to younger me. I told that guy. They needed the achievement. Yeah, they didn't get any service. No service for me. That was a wild one. Lately, I've been running into similar, like, small nuisances like this, where I'm like, what is that? This is how I realize I'm getting older. I get annoyed at things. There's two things I've mentioned getting annoyed at on stream. One is like really loud teenagers in public spaces. I'm trying, as we have established, really hard for me to focus. Let me read the cereal box. I'm trying, or let me read this drink. I can't drink aspartame. I'm just trying to look at the ingredients. And for whatever reason, it's the very last ingredient. I'm looking for it. And then somebody's screaming in it. I'm like, shut up. I can't read and hear at the same time. There's that. And then the other thing is like people parking bizarrely right next. This is illegal, by the way. To park really close to stop signs or park places that they're not supposed to park. What is it? 9 meters or something? Can't park. I feel like the laws are different. You know? Probably. But regardless, parking next to a stop sign is a crazy place to park. Maybe you shouldn't park there. If I have to move around your car at the stop sign, I'm gonna be a little bit peeved. This is the thing that I'm like, wow, maybe these little things. I don't go, maybe they're having an emergency. Now I'm like, nah. How dare you? The stop sign? Crazy. Except for some reason, on my street, this is a really common occurrence. There are so many parking issues, and I don't drive often, but like, I'm walking, and I'm looking going, you, if I was in a car right now, I would roll down my window and say absolutely nothing, but probably give you the Luigi stare. You know the Luigi stare? You know what I'm talking about? When you're playing Mario Kart and you're playing as Luigi. He looks back and like, he's like, I do that all the time. I don't even have to be the one driving. I'm the supportive passenger. I had this really petty driver a while ago. I don't know what it is. When you're behind the car, you become bold, even if you're Canadian. But in this case, you know what? I was a little bit pesty. But so you can see we're waiting very patiently, mind you, waiting for a chance to go. And this car has seen us waiting here, and he decides to go at the slowest speed. And I say, "Come on, man, let's go." And he decides, he looks at us, and he goes even slower. And I was like, "Now you're just endangering everybody. You're not just being a jerk. You're actually making it dangerous for us, because chances are, when you're done being Mr. McPetty, we're gonna turn, and then there could be a car going very fast, and just, you know." I'm still like, I'm telling you, it's like that time that they drove past me. This person was too slow. I'm gonna start keeping a sandal, a Havaiana, 1 Havaianas. Throw it. Not at them, but just dominance. Throw it somewhere. Oh, you know, I went to London and I saw Havaianas there, and I was like tripping. I was like, whoa, what the heck? You have it here? Like a storefront? This little maneuver. It was also I should add, I was on vacation when this happened. So we're at the beach. So we're like already pretty chill. So this person, we were like, to be this petty on a vacation, that's wild. We've been waiting here for a second. Come on, my dude. But usually we're very patient about it, and it's usually just me turning to be like, who is it? I'm not gonna say anything. I just need to know who is doing this. Who is doing this to me right now? Who is making my cortisol level rise? Is it you? Is it you? When I see you on the street, I won't remember who you are. I don't know what it is, but like as soon as I get out of the car, don't remember what happened. But like I could have got like honked at. I won't remember. I'm like, oh, it's true. But this person, that interaction, they mess with my vacation. Exactly. That's exactly it. That was wild. We were saying like maybe he's on vacation and that's why he's driving so slow. Like he's just chilling, man. But also he had the full freedom, so to be fair, he was absolutely in the right. He was absolutely in the right to be annoyed at me. Not in the right to mess with driving. It comes to your ego, no, don't do that. That's how people get hurt. I wasn't even the driver, so hey man, who are you fighting? And I told my friend about this later, and I was like, was I crazy? This is how me and my girlfriend text all the time, by the way. Hey, I need to know, if you were in my position, am I crazy? And 99% of the time was like, no, well, deserved, actually, because justification. I don't have to ask ChatGPT to justify my actions. I just asked my friend. He's like, I think you could have done worse, because I'm usually very, very nice. So when I am kind of mean, she's like, no, actually, good for you. But my friend, I don't remember how so, but it was the context of like, you clearly could see we were waiting, and usually when I'm waiting, I speed up or I slow down to let the person go. But he was like in this weird in between where I was like, bro, what? What is it? Are you letting us go or not? We're doing one of these. Like, can I go? Can I go? No? Okay. Well, now I'm annoyed. That kind of thing. But yeah, I told my friend about this, and then he said, because I was not the driver, she was like, I think that guy, he didn't have a companion. He didn't have a wife in the passenger seat to back him up, so he's just upset about it. That's got to be the reason. Absolutely not, but I think it was a really funny take. That's the reason. He didn't have somebody on the passenger seat to fight me back. So he had to pull out this move. Yeah, it was an interesting one. It happened a good while ago. It was not that deep, but I did find it really funny. Canadian drivers, man. Sometimes even we can be pushed to the limit. Truly. Yeah, that just fill in the blank. Fill in the blank. They were going that speed. Whatever. I think also it's a thing of like, especially having lived in Toronto, kind of impatient. After you live in the city, when people are going really, really slow, you're like, no man, I have to get somewhere. Move. Go faster. Speed. Go. I mean, don't speed illegally. I'm just saying like speed, you know? The concept of speed. The concept of speed. Holding it like Shakespeare. Oh, I've heard. Wait, isn't his name, if we translate it, Paul Rabbit? He's a rabbit. I think I've heard something similar in English. So the quote was, "I love everybody but never sell your sword." I think it was I'm trying to think of the PG version of it. It was hurt no one but take no crap. Something like that. Like, be kind, but don't tolerate no like lack of kindness, meanness, disrespect. I have run into. I think everyone has. Even if you're the sweetest person on the planet, you're gonna run into some like you're having a bad day, somebody else is having a bad day, and you're gonna Luigi stare somebody, hey? Tit for tat. Yes. Exactly. I personally outside in this weather. Also because I'm trying to look very unapproachable, I have trained myself to do this, by the way. I went to get coffee today, and there was a nice looking person. They looked innocent enough. Don't worry, nothing bad happened. Not that kind of story. But because I was just like ready for somebody to interact with me, I walked across the street looking like this. I was just like, nobody touch me. Nobody talk to me. I had a friend. He told me that I had a resting smiley face, and I think it's more like I trained my face to be very smiley. I don't know if it's because of retail or just because I don't look like looking angry. Well, I like angry now. Now it's gone too far. Stop asking me for directions. I don't know the city. I can't help you. Don't ask me, please. Oh, that reminds me. This is another crazy story, though. This one, I still wonder the logic here. No, I have two. Very similar, by the way. So, if you haven't realized, I'm a woman. Whoa! The first time this happened to me, it was dead at night, and some guy rolled up in his car and then asked me, hey, do you know the direction? And I'm alone. So I'm like, do you not know how this looks? Are you going to kidnap me right now, sir? This is so scary. There's no lighting here. I can't even see you in the car, man. I was trying to yell at him from afar, going like, yeah, it's that way. Why are you asking me, man? GPS. Google Maps. Oh, the other time it happened, this one was funnier because it was very dramatic, and I think I had a stream right after so I could tell everybody. During Halloween. Already. Set the scene. It's Halloween, and it's very foggy outside, very spooky. We're Canada. And this guy across the street, he starts yelling at me. And I'm like, what? He's like, hey, come here. I'm like, what do you need? And then he keeps yelling, no, just come here. And I was like, but what do you need? I'm not coming near your car when there's nobody out here. It's foggy. First of all, I'm in a costume. That's for Halloween. Dude, no. And he started getting angry at me. I ran home. I was like, not today. I've watched horror movies. I really thought, like, did this guy not think? How am I doing? I'm doing much better than I was that day. I'll tell you. Exactly, that was my response. I was like, bro. I think even if I was a dude, I would have been like, bro, this is a horror movie setup. I think the guy probably just needed directions. But like, he was across the street yelling. I was like, dude, you can't just do that to people on Halloween. I immediately came home and told a witness. I was like, husband, can you look outside? He wasn't there anymore. I don't know if he figured out the directions or if he figured out this girl is about to go home and call the cops. Because that was spooky. Oh, goodness gracious. I think if anybody wants to draw me, they can go ahead. Enjoy. My face is here. I can't necessarily take it away. Wait, I can. I can be a PNG too. I can disappear if I want to. No, but yeah, this is a blanket statement for anyone. If anybody ever wants to draw me, go ahead. Enjoy. I hate when men... Wait, put those together. I hate when men run. Oh yeah, that was a wild one. That was a... Ooh. That's good. I don't know if I'm being the most positive right now, but I am. At least I have a positive spin, and I'm sharing the wild stories with you for entertainment. It's just entertainment. It was not that bad. It was definitely one of those things that I also messaged my friend to be like, girl, you won't believe what just happened. Can't believe. Ooh. You can absolutely choose. I have no preference. Whatever takes your what's the word? Creative inspiration. I feel like this should be okay. I didn't want to do that hand right now, but here we are. Here we are. See, when I zoom in, you see all the mistakes. When I zoom out, you don't see anything. Therefore, let's stay zoomed out, shall we? Except on this stream, apparently, can't say zoomed out of my life. I will tell you the things that kind of make me look bad, but with humor. You probably shouldn't, shouldn't. But at the same time, it would be so funny. You won't believe what I did today. No, but like, I feel like the lip stain didn't want to. I need a mirror. Do I have a mirror? I have a mirror! Let's go. The mirror is powdered up. That's cool. That did nothing. We're just gonna live with it. I had a lip gloss and I put it in some other room. Put it away. No, we'll just live with it. Did y'all hear that? No, you didn't. The answer is no, you didn't. Ah! Japanese lip balm, let's go. It's Canadian weather, so my lips are very, very dry. And it's very sad. Why is this the pointiest lip balm I've ever seen? Why is it so pointy? Look at it. Have you seen the photo of like, it's like different ways women use lipstick? And it's like a photo of lipstick owned by multiple women, and it always looks different because everybody has a different technique. You would think it's just no, everyone has a different technique. We're creative like that. What was I saying? Yeah. That is how I talk to my friend. Very much. You won't believe what crime I did today. But usually it's more, you won't believe who I saw today, or you won't believe what the heck just happened to me. And yeah, 9 times out of 10, you won't believe. Oh, you actually nuked someone. Oh. I keep seeing these conversations on threads lately, where they're like, oh, so-and-so is doing this sketchy thing. Which is why, again, I'm very open about sharing my process. I have run into a few. They seem to be very, like, they're sketchy, man. They're just sketchy. No, wait, they're not sketchy, because artists are sketchy. They're the opposite of sketchy. They don't sketch! They don't sketch! They're tracing paper, that's what they are. If I had to come up with an insult for art thieves, they're just tracing paper. But honestly, they're worse, because tracing paper is kind of useful. Quite useful, in fact. I find that the worst types are the ones that have a very big following, so then they have a lot of followers who refuse to... It's like a bias, a confirmation bias. They don't want to believe that they're following somebody who's not being very ethical. And then at that point, you're just like... I feel like I have had my own qualms, and I think a lot of artists who've been in the community have had their own issue with beef, research, somebody using AI, whatever, something, right? Because our community is big, but it's not that big. You're gonna run into people. but I had my negative experience with it. Kind of just like, at this point, this is the level I'm at. I'm like, I see it, I block it. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care because there's so many of them. I'm like, there are people who are gonna like point it out and deal with it, and I'm like, good on them. But I'm at the point of like, please, please. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want my brand to get under fire if I say something and people will take sides. I don't know. I'm scared. Somebody else do it, please. There's a reason. But just so you know, I do see it. I see the weirdness. And this goes for my clients. I do tell them this. If anybody is unsure and they're about to pay somebody a heckin' ton of money and they're not sure, whether you've worked with me or not, you can message me and be like, hey, us. Specifically if you want to work with them. If you're just like pointing it out and going like, hey, is this us? I don't care, really. Not to be crass. But it's like, yeah, they just exist and they are not affecting us because there's too many of them and I don't want to see it. And today is the day I become blunt, apparently. Like, I mean, I care, but I don't want to have to. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I don't want to have to take time of my day to give them any attention. If you're not having to interact with them, let them disappear. Let them become irrelevant. Pay attention to them. But if you're considering paying someone and you can't see they have time lapses, you can't tell if their time lapses are legit because they can also be fake. Unfortunately. Yeah, you can message me. I'll be like, yeah, that's weird, man. Maybe I won't be able to tell you with certainty, but I don't want you to spend like $300 and then get scammed because there's so many authors, especially because most of them that I can find are authors. There's so many having this issue. Yeah, it's a big problem. And I feel like it's gonna become bigger until we find a way to figure that out. I feel like we're a long time before we figure it out. So everyone just gotta do their best, do their due diligence. I have seen a lot of them skirt by, and I've seen some of them honestly hurt me, hurt my community, hurt everybody. And I've seen them take sponsorships that away from artists. So, you know, there's a reason. But I'm so tired. I'm so tired of it. I'm just like, it's been happening for like, when did it start becoming a problem? Like 2023? To the point where I've banned the word from my social media. I can't. So sometimes I see people doing like call out posts and like that. Had my own experience. And I can't even see who they're talking about because it's banned. So I can't see the topic. And the only time I've unbanned the word is because AI specifically. Anybody talking about AI. The only time I've unbanned the word was because I made content talking about it, and then if somebody makes a comment, then I can't read their comment. And every time I do that, I end up pretty miserable because my whole feed is like filled with people talking and complaining about it, and I'm like, dude, I don't care anymore. It's such a prolific problem that I'm like, I don't want to. I've had my own internal battles with this, and I not made peace with it, but more like, all right, all right, man. Some people are gonna be icky over there, but I would rather focus on the people who are not and lead by example if I can, sharing my stuff. That's all I can really do. But it's more like, I'm also just really tired in general. Like, running a business is actually, I think the second I went full-time, anything that happens online that's, like, drama-worthy, I'm just like, dude, I look at it for, like, 2 seconds. I also have a time limit on my phone for social media because, like, so, like, when I'm on there, I'm strictly doing business stuff. I'm either, like, interacting with, like, the community, which will help, but also because, you know, that's nice. Or I'm posting something. Yeah, exactly. You get what I mean. It's like the thing of like, I see what's happening in the world, but I can't, what's it called? Compassion fatigue? Yeah. I think I get really affected by other people's emotions. So then like, I'll see something stressful and then I'll get stressed and then I'm not good at my job anymore. And how hopeful am I if I can't operate? And so now I'm just like, yeah. Somebody else is gonna deal with it, unfortunately, and I applaud them for it. But I can be here supporting you quietly. That kind of thing. Because I'm like, I can't be on the front lines. Oh, but that's such a cute compliment. Over here, it's 12:35 a.m. But it's okay. I've signed up to do this for longer because it's almost the end of February. I want to get as much done as I possibly can. I think maybe we should do this little part here, the lacing, but also I feel like there should be a connection on the top. I think I need to look up the reference. That's why I was avoiding it, because I was like, I don't remember. You want to know something twisted? It's so sick and twisted about Twitch. Everybody on Twitch, sit down, strap in. I tell you something. The more I stream, the longer I stream, people will see me more toward the end of the stream than the beginning of the stream, which makes me feel like I need to go longer, which I don't mind, but I'm just saying. This is a thing that I've noticed, and I'm like, yo. Maybe it's because I become more delirious, and then it's more entertaining to watch. And in the beginning, I'm just like, well, I'm here. I'm just living here. I quickly went back and checked. There is a note, actually, added on, that her eyes are hazel. I'm gonna try and then his eyes are blue. His eyes were hard to light without the lighting, so I'm gonna have to, this is warm lighting, balance it out. His eyes I definitely could see. Her thing here actually has some blue trim. We should add that, but also her lace is. I have a really weird sleep schedule though. I sleep at like 5. I have essentially I'm a vampire. Honestly, I should have probably made my persona a vampire. We can just assume that my persona has also some very bizarre sleep schedule. This is the color that picture. I wouldn't recommend anybody have this sleep schedule unless it suits them. That's for sure. Don't do what I do. Please take care. It's called sleep hygiene. Having good sleep hygiene. I thought that was weird. I was looking at the reference and then I had to reply to it. Where am I? Where am I? Alright. I'm gonna hold on to the reference. The hood is up. Hold on, chat. I'll be right there. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, Dios is a similar situation. But OC with the coffee and cat is really cute. I was talking to the other client for this one. The one issue here is the kiss is really difficult for me to do, and I've been trying my best. The one issue that I've already noticed, but it's kind of hard for me to navigate, is hold on a second. This is a incorrect version. Did I not save it, or like what happened? Okay, we have a screenshot anyway. I don't know what happened there. Maybe I again lost this. Looks like I'm gonna have to paint it over anyway. But anyway, point is, his face is facing this way, and I can show you what the issue is. So, I'm gonna use red for this. So his face is facing this way. Her face is facing this way. The only way I can make this work, see, is either change his face, or we have to obscure her face to make it more like if we concave it. I don't even know how to do this from this angle. But then we can't see her face anymore, right? That's my problem. That's why I'm trying to navigate this. Because it's designed to show more of both of their faces, where it probably would work better if they were both profile views. So probably gonna have to draw his. But it looks like Eden is sending over some references provided. Wait. Still here. Right? But like, imagine if it was like a picture. It would be really difficult. Thank you! This is not the one that I'm working on currently, but which probably is for the best because we're waiting for a reference. But I think the issues definitely hey! Look at that! They're alive! Both spouse and Eden. See, this is the issue. And I could not find a reference because of this issue. And I'm like, it's kind of an unnatural thing. But then sometimes in art, you kind of push it a little bit for the sake of, you know. Storytelling and also being able to see your face. But we are going to see. I forgot that I'm on camera, but yeah. Oh, that's cute. Wait, do we drink the cat? That would... We drink the coffee on his head, right? This may be the... Because I really want to finish this. This may be the stream where I actually do pull in kissing reference. So sorry for anybody who finds that again. But we're going back to this one. When Eden comes back, I can go back. Cause that one, this one is more autopilot. This one is like, that's why I can yap more freely and be like, la la la, blah blah. That one, I actually have to think. And if I can't find a reference, it's quite tricky. The poor cat. One stream I'm talking about eating Pokemon, and then the next stream talking about definitely wouldn't condone eating a cat. Cat. I don't like it. Right here. At any point, and Eden comes back. Drop me. Oh. No problem. Ain't no thing. Because I have a feeling that's the thing that we're gonna get stuck on. And am I gonna do it on stream? I guess so. Yes. Isn't that a dangerous thing to have an OC that's food-based? Spooky. Can't believe that I didn't copy. Probably this is not good. I feel like copy of shelf. Not shelf life. Expiration. Like after it's being made, you should probably drink it as soon as possible, right? Weird. Yeah. The other thing is she has like ooh. 5 food-based OCs? That's a lot of food. A buffet. Evil. That's evil, actually. Sorry, I'm looking at the reference here. I'm giving Eden the option because usually I don't take like not critique notes live. I usually get the notes. I talk about it separately because I can give them my direct attention, and then I fix it. But then in this case, where I'm like actively working on it, I think it's if I give the okay, I'm like, if you're okay with it and I'm okay with it, that's the part that's important. Because usually I'm just like, oh, just relax. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, I'll be here for like, you know. You can also let them, also thank you, them. They can interrupt me anytime. Then they have the option. I can talk about it on stream and try and figure it out. Otherwise, I'll just do the faces separate, and like I'll do it later, and do everything else. Or we can talk about the solution on stream because I have some thinking, but it's gonna require repainting, which is why I'm like, I gotta wait. I did repaint actually, and I can show you the repainted version, but apparently I didn't save it. That's crazy. I don't remember what happened right before this, but probably I was working on multiple. And I do see the issue. It's just a matter of like, how am I gonna fix? Okay, well, sure. Just make me copy and paste nothing. That's fine. There we go. Okay, there's the version. They kind of look very similar. But what I did in this version is I shifted one face down and the other face up. So it might work a little bit better, but then the angle is still, and I know it is. It's more like if I'm trying to like reference my own face, which is great because I have my own face today. If I'm looking this way and somebody was to be kissing me this way, or more like this way, they would only have this part of my lip, right? They wouldn't have the full middle of the lip. Versus if I turn them this way, we're seeing more of the back of their head, which is what I was trying to avoid. And if we're drawing, usually this is a girl character because they're wearing makeup, or like, you know, in the story, they're like, revered for their beauty or whatever. Usually that's the character I want to show the face of. The guy's face can be more obscured for the most part. Especially because if it's like, depending on the female main character, male main character, usually it's from the writers that I have worked with, it's from the woman's perspective. It seems like. Or maybe I'm just inferring that and that's not the actual case. But it feels like more women would read it, so they insert themselves, right? So it's more important to see them. Also, pretty women. We all like pretty women. Everyone likes pretty women. Pretty men, maybe not as many people like pretty men. I love them, but we all love pretty women. Women love pretty women, men love pretty women. Gay, straight, whatever. We all like pretty women. Which is why I angled it this way. But probably we're going to redraw their faces. And it's gonna take it. That's our challenge for later. And now I understand why Eden is saying sorry. But it's not a problem. This is bound to happen. It's like when somebody commissions me a background, and then usually that doesn't happen, but let's say they commission something with a background, then I have to give a disclaimer. Hey, I'm not used to that. I'll do it, but I'm not used to it, so please be patient while we try and figure it out together. Chances are we will try and figure it out. This has like a piping. Oh! It has this. There's a lighting thing because I'm doing it only in one color, so we can have to. Why I'm keeping it a separate layer. Otherwise, it's like a paint. And then this will make the top part of this cape and the bottom part. And it'll look more like the shape it's supposed to. I had to make it like this or like this is like the inside of the hood, and then the rest of this continues. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Does it make sense? Oh my god. I try and imagine this going like this. Ooh. Like behind, it maybe goes like this, and then part next over. What? It makes sense to me. Backgrounds are really rough. I was saying yesterday that I would say vehicles are the worst thing for me to draw. Please don't ask me to. It's different, for example, in the case of Margot's, where it's like, I can just trace over this. But if you were to ask me like to design a vehicle, like a car, I'd be like, you want me to design what? You want me to sell my kidney to you? That's a big ask. I'm gonna need you to pay big money for that. Or along the same lines, mech. If somebody asks me for a mech, I'll decline it. Probably. Because I probably can do it. Honestly, with a reference, you can draw anything. But it probably would take a really long time because mechs are so detailed that I'm like, oh man, do I care? If I'm not even gonna enjoy drawing this, what are we doing? Because every commission that I take, I have had the privilege of being like, I will enjoy this. I'm not in the space of being able to be like, oh, I won't enjoy this, so I won't take it, you know? There's some artists who have that policy. There. It's quite the privilege to have. random dot. Oh, did I merge it already? Okay, sure. There's a flame here. But blue and orange kind of make brown. Oh. Now I think I can put this part down. I think I can put this part. Whew. This is a weird anime logic thing, but I always make the bottom part here. Like I make it dark, and I also make it light. Does that make any sense? No. I'm gonna show you. Kind of like a fade effect. Usually I pick the color of the background. Okay, so I don't know what the background is. Which wouldn't realistically make sense. This is not a realistic. It's a more like it's fading out. Make this part look more in front and make this part, this character also look more in front. So the silhouette is more defined. That's not realistic. But we don't aim for it. Not over here. Stretch. Alright. Instead of me continuing this right now, I'm actually now my focus is shifting. I need to. Oh my gosh, thank you for the resub. That's so nice. Look, you get a cute little bow. Matches the. I really should change the color. Hello. I was talking about you earlier in the sense of there's one other VIP. For now. In the whole chat. Everybody. Just kidding. Did you know that you were a VIP? I hope you did. I think I wrote it on the note. Oh yeah. It's my face. You can see me. You know, lines is difficult. I totally get that though. Like doing lines is a whole thing. Okay, so I am going to show you the references because I'm not searching for them and they're kind of... Anybody who's squeamish about kisses, here's your time to leave. Get out! We are going to see kisses. Ah! I'm the type of person who hates looking at romance scenes even next to my partner, so like... I understand your squeamishness. However, it's necessary for science, okay? 1, 2, 3, we're going. Just kidding. It didn't paste, so I just... What's new? Why? I think I have to wait for it to tell me, because it just wants to lie to me over. Look! The world is brainwashing. It's working. No, I'm so glad. I'm glad that it works, because sometimes I post those things out there, and I'm like, is it getting anywhere? All right, so we've got one. You can see my... Actually, I'm going to flip it this way so you can see my issue. It's more like this. Do you see how we can't see any of this character's face? Hi, bonjour! You came in right as I'm talking about kisses. Kisses. It is... It's reference images, so it's okay. Yes. Yeah. It would be a very different thing if, like, I just pulled up a plushie and just started... Wham, wham, wham. That'd be weird. This one is very up close, so it might not help our... But I know what Eden is trying to say. Because... not the plushies. With lipstick on, too. Have you seen the really cute thing of, like, huskies with blush on them? No. You know what? I had a friend, she told me... So, can I give you this reference? So I studied fashion, right? Hold on a second. That's a offensive. I had this friend that I studied fashion with, and she said she sometimes gets nightmares of fashion school still. Hold on, I got changed. And she said This is intense. She said she had a child. She went through childbirth, and she said fashion school was more difficult than childbirth. For me personally, fashion school was more painful. And I was like, noted. Noted. So if you needed a reference point on how stressful fashion school was for us, that's what it was. It was bad. Let me change this name. I'm gonna hopefully get back to Melanie's after this. At this point, we're in here. You know, I don't need to. I don't know if I want to go into that. But I think I can survive after fashion school. I can survive anything. I could probably survive a zombie apocalypse. What am I doing? What's happening? Oh, I completely got distracted. Oh, this is exactly it. It's like an endurance thing. Oh, the Huskies was blush. I was really questioning. I didn't want to. I didn't want to interject. I was like, let me finish that. It's like we're talking about childbirth. What idea did you get? I don't want to know. Surely it's something else. All right. This is a big change. So we're going to stretch our fingies. All right. No, that's okay. I was working on this one, and then I saw because I went to look for the reference for this one. I saw your message, and then I was like, okay. Now my brain is working. Now I'm like, I gotta switch tasks. Now I've already. This is the reason, by the way. Sometimes clients will be like, oh, I can send the references right as I accept the order, and then I'm only working on it in like 2 months. This is the reason I'm like, no, hold on to them. Because the second I see them, I want to work on it, and I'll be thinking about it, and I won't be able to focus. I'll be like, oh man, I really want to draw your really cool idea, but I can't. I haven't been paid yet. I've done it a few times. Before getting paid, I've started working on a project. And now I try to do that only if I've worked with a person before. Then I'm like, shh, fine. I know you're good for it. Anyway. What I was saying was, I can tell you my, not theories, my suggestions on how to fix now, or I can work on everything else, and then we come to the face, I can explain through text. Because usually on stream, I try and give my clients the freedom to just be like this, chillin', straight chillin'. But in this case, I'm like, if it will make the process faster. Okay, I explained it roughly. Also, this is one of those cases where I apparently didn't save the fix anyway, so that's hilarious. So this was the version that I sent as an update. Obviously not perfectly clean, but I did actually shift the angles a little bit because I absolutely need the note of like, this one, right? Where usually lips interlock, right? They're like this. Actually, more like this for you. Can you see what I'm saying? The Anatomy of a Kiss. That sounds like a book name. Anyway. This works because they're both in profile view, right? And this one, it's like this. I already, like, when you pointed it out, I was like, yeah, I ran into this issue, but I wanted to do one iteration first before deciding, we're gonna have to, you know, always want to try the easy, flashing. Okay. We always want to try the easy solution first, and then if we have to fix, then, you know, then we fix, you know? Okay, please. Ew, chartreuse. Okay. This is a terrible color for this. Okay, so our issue here is more, she's looking, okay, profile view, and he's looking 3/4 view. The one change that I did here to make them more like interlock is I made his face point downward more and her face point upward more. It is a real book name. Maybe that's why I'm thinking. Maybe I've seen. The issue that I ran into, that I played around with, but I didn't push too far, was I can, in fact, draw more like the best way I can do this is like a sheet of paper. Imagine the front of the paper and the back of the paper if it was curved. This one, I can make it so it mirrors his face. Oh my god. I can, but I apparently can't draw a sheet of paper in this angle. Okay, imagine this is the back, right? Which means, if I do it this way, we're actually seeing, like this one, we're not seeing her face anymore. We're seeing like more the back of her head. And if I was to do it really quick, if I can do it really quick, if I can. I need a reference. I'm not ashamed of telling you I need a reference, a 3D reference. I'm like, what? Sorry, sir. She's faceless. I see what you mean. Yeah. Let me try both ways, and then let's see. Wait, hold on. First of all, tilting from this angle is kind of tricky. Maybe not exactly, but from the next, I can already see. Okay. So there's this. Okay, obviously we don't see the kiss. This version. Okay, mouth, cool. We're probably gonna have to use 3D model. I'm like, what? Oh. So there's that, and then if we do his face, brain is melting. Hold on. Doing math equations. What? Literally scratching my scalp here. Hold on. We tilt his face. That would make more sense. But also, like, I think we'd still have to tilt her face. Like, we would still have to redraw her face if he's 3/4. Because if we tilt his face, the difference is she's tilting her face, but in 3/4. Oh, maybe if I explain. Maybe it's easier if I just straight up like. Oh, ew, good call. Ooh, that's an interesting. So let's say I tilt his face this. He's still in 3/4 view, which means she has to be in 3/4 view. And whether she tilts or not, forward. If you look at her, I saw some drawing reference, which is why I was running into this issue. Oh my god, why? Okay, that makes it look like the. How do I? Like, this is, I think, if we're looking straight at them. Her faces. This is the back of the head. This is ear here. This is ear here. If I'm tilting this way, doing some equations of. Okay, I just killed him. That would not work. Break his neck. I think we're going to run into this. Because he's similar to this right now. Like he's in this angle, like as in the 3/4 angle. So this 3/4 angle, right? Whether I tilt like this or like this, still facing this way, which means my kissing partner would also have to face that way, right? Which means I think no matter what I do, her face would have to turn. So the alternative solution, so for this one, for example, is in profile view. So the alternative would be to redraw his face to be profile view. I think would work better, rather than to change her in a way where we can't see her face. That is what I was thinking, which is why I wanted to try something else, because I was like, if I change it, I think if it was like the other angle where he's in front of her, maybe it would be okay to obscure his face, to have it 3/4. But I was talking about it to Eden's spouse actually while they were here. I was saying the girl usually is the thing that sells. As weird as that sounds, everybody likes pretty women, so I try always to avoid, especially because I draw women better. Just saying. I tend to try and not cover the woman's face as much as I can. So what I'm gonna try, probably, I think what I'm suggesting is we change his neck a little bit to be... In fact, even this one is not perfectly in profile view, but it's like 3/4 view. So we could get away with that. And the way that I was explaining it to chat earlier was, if the way that they're kissing now is almost like if I had a person, let's say this person here is nose mouth. This is side profile, and I'm 3/4. This is how it's happening. They're only kissing this part of the face, right? They're not kissing the middle, and that's our concern, right? It can't be very dramatic if that's the case. This is very much like, I want to show as much of their face as possible, almost like an actor. I'm like posing them in a really uncomfortable way. But I think side profile would probably be better. But I think the fact that their bodies are in 3/4 make it kind of like more pretty still, rather than just straight up two couples that are side profile kissing like this, like two Barbies that you put together like this. I do think for a dynamic pose, this kind of concept of having her showing the back would be really pretty. If it was like in a series of photos, right? Like if a series of artworks, it would be really pretty. But then the issue would be, this is probably, especially working with an author, probably you want that like standout piece. You want to capture the scene well, right? And you want to be able to see the characters, because that's the appeal of the character art, right? So probably we don't want to cover it. We did our problem solving, but I can do at least this here, where the head is like higher than the other head. That's the height difference. So we still have like some angling, and I can still show like this part. So it's not like two Barbies. All right, if anybody is watching this right now, just kidding, there are people watching this, but I can see. But my point is, if anybody was interested in taking commissions, and we were talking about it earlier, soft skills, this is the kind of thing you have to be able to, you have to explain to somebody who doesn't draw, or who does draw, but you're trying to explain your art process, because sometimes my clients are other artists. You have to explain it in words, I had the benefit of being able to draw it out. Sometimes I have to draw it out text, and I just screenshot my drawing and hopefully explain. This was actually really convenient, so we're very lucky. This is a thing that you have to learn. Yeah. While also doing your best to manage expectations. To be quite honest, right? Of course I want Eden to be happy, but I also want to explain I have skill limits. I have skill limit. There might be another way to do it where his head is angled and like her head is angled and it works. I have a skill limit. I don't know how to do that. So that would be difficult. But already you can imagine it at this case, it works better, right? Like it looks like their lips are gonna match better. I will probably shift her face a little bit because it just makes better sense with the angle, maybe. Or maybe I'll shift his face. Like we're gonna do closer to this angle. That was 2. So then if they're kissing, it's more like slightly off center, not which photo is glitching? What of you is doing? But I think tilting his head would be probably a good. See? I love having clients who are patient, willing to watch me struggle. Margot had to go through this, by the way. In the future, probably I'm going to work on the characters that I worked on today's stream. I closed it, but I'll open it later. I had to draw werewolf for the very first time on stream. Y'all, the faith it took. The faith. I had never drawn one before, but I took it on. Say, I always have the disclaimer, right? I've never done it before, so patience, please. I'll do my best. I don't know if we can reuse any of this. Oh no. I'm just gonna tap this out. Hopefully, I figured it out. Also, this makes a little bit more sense. One thing that I always worry about, like in this, I was actually thinking about it, and I was like, this would imply that his nose is shorter than taller, because if he's in this angle, like his nose would be squishing against her face. I was thinking about that, but then, you know, I have a short nose, so this is something I don't have to think about. If I ever give somebody a kiss, I don't have to tilt my head because my nose is so short, it's not getting in the way. Hey, I've talked about this many times. There are some pros and cons to having a short nose. Glasses don't fit them. Your glasses really do not fit. Odysseon had the idea of like eye line, drawing the eye line like this. Yeah, they're not like matching. Hey, after this, I'll be an expert at drawing kisses. Just kidding. I will have to actually draw them. Everybody, commission me to draw more kisses. Watch me struggle on stream. Okay, I'm doing this in green for now. Apologies if you don't like highlighter green. Okay, I think his face is confusing me now. Alright, gonna... It's too bright. I think they're... Some of them are merged, right? Luckily, all of these are different layers, so when I change the face, I don't have to color again for the most part. And I think I can keep most of his hair. That's not gonna help me. Oh, I did have it separate. Thank you. That makes sense. Because then I can just redraw the line rather than redraw. Yes. This is why it's important. This is another note for anybody who's planning to do commissions. Don't either keep a backup or don't merge before you checking. They all of a sudden. Oh, you. This is not sudden. Good, great timing, perfect timing. But if they tell you and you go too far, going back home is a bigger struggle. Okay. Oh, she's a ghost. Already? If I erase this, doesn't it already, like, don't you fill in the gap in the correct angle already? Is it just me? Or do you just imagine him being the correct angle? Because this part already kind of, like, this jaw looks like it would continue here and, like, angle correctly. Imagine if my clients never commented and they just, like, let me continue. That's the beauty. I've heard there was somebody who made a video about this on artists don't improve when they do commissions. No. That's incorrect, actually. However, I can understand how it could happen, to some degree. I'm gonna do this. All angles are correct. If you try hard enough, everything's correct. I'm gonna do this in this color so we know the new line. Oh no, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Should I get a 3D model? Make sure the fin is. His hair, okay. His hair needs to go. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. It is slightly, and his ear too. Now that I drew it in, I'm like, okay, this one piece of his jaw can stay though. Not complete jaw reconstruction, I see. Just partial. Okay, when you tilt, this is okay. I'm gonna use my example ear here. Oh my god, I can hear myself. Ooh. Okay, like my many earrings. Okay, so if I'm looking straight, my ear's here, right? If I move this way, the angle of my ear, if I move this way, it looks like a different distance. It's an illusion, but how it works. Perspective. Surprise! I have ears under here. Many pierced. Very pierced. Speaking of, I went to the university recently, like near a university, and there was a piercing shop, and it was like significantly cheaper than the other piercing in the city, or in my city, tiny city. And I was mad. And then I realized, oh, because they know university students are desperately craving to be pierced and tatted up at school, that they can make them cheaper because their chances are they're gonna come by and they're gonna have more customers. And I was like, oh my god, I fell ploy to this because all of my piercings, I got 2 for 1 in university. Oh man. By the way, if you ever want to get earrings, don't do one, like do 2 on one side if you're gonna do 2. Like don't do 1 here and 1 here. How are you gonna sleep, man? Think about it. Sleep matters for you. Trust me. This is an unnecessary tangent from your fellow punk enthusiast. Don't do that. I don't know if this is exactly correct. However, closer. To be fair, my faces never look 100% correct. Oh, wait. You're cooking. You're cooking. Cooking with oil, maybe. Angled like this. Oh, they're not. He's more angled like this. Nope. Wrong again. Sorry, incorrect. Hold on. Sorry. Very Canadian. Sorry. He cannot be like... No, actually, hold on. We're running into issues and it's me. I'm the problem, it's me. Taylor Swift. Like a quote. Trying to imagine, because if you're you're tilting this way, you are going to see this bottom part, but you're also tilting downward. That's why I'm like tilting this way and downward. Jawline. Perfect time. So how much of this part is the bottom of it? Part. Not top
Okay, cool.
Another thing that I've seen with kisses, you'll see it on this one actually. So, okay, sorry. Ooh. This eye is like this, and then this eye is more like this. Is that interesting? Which means if her eye is like this, his eye is probably, especially because he's tilting, has to be kind of like this. But it's still closed. Up. Upturn. I don't know how to explain. You know what I mean. Of course! This is important. We want to get the vision correct. Correct. Also, sometimes when you only know when you paint it, that you go, that ain't right. That ain't right. Because you add the shadow and you're like, I do have a feeling that we are going to run. At least we know the goal. We know the direction, right? Hold on. I'm gonna pull up. If we are assuming the top lip is the focus. Okay, we're gonna figure this out, you and me. You, me, and everybody watching. Let's go. Also, I made her eyebrow like this. This eyebrow. We need to tilt it like a little bit more. Or I have a proposition, people. Can somebody make 3D models specifically for kisses? Would be very cool. Somebody do that. Somebody get on it. Yesterday. Let's go. I feel like it was easier to draw it without her in the view, because then you were like trying to fill in the gaps. So maybe we temporarily put her aside and try and draw his face. Really very visible every time. I'm not talking about this tilt, but the 5/8 angle. For some weird reason. Like that, it's just that weird like in between. Every time I want to do 5/8, it either ends up more profile or more 3/4. I'm getting there. I'm gonna fix it. I just, for some reason, don't know how to get there without a detour. You know what I mean? I don't know how to get there without taking a stop first to buy a coffee and a bagel. I'll get there. But Tim Hortons is right there. Speaking of, apparently the only one I don't want to fight today is Tim Hortons. I really like their breakfast sandwich, their croissant. That's a new addition, and I'm obsessed with it, and I don't know what they put in that. Sorry, allegedly. Because it's so good. But I never wake up for breakfast. So every time I wake up in the morning, I'm immediately like, it's a miracle. I gotta order breakfast. This is what happened. But there was one time, I don't know if this is embarrassing. Nothing's embarrassing. But I was up at 4 a.m. and I was like, I still have so much work to do. I'm gonna go back to work. But first, let me order some food. And it was so early that it turned into the breakfast menu. And I was like, this is crazy. I never realized how crazy my sleep schedule was until I ordered breakfast food for my dinner. Still ate it though, it was dope. They gave me an extra hash brown. I shouldn't have eaten it. But it was so good. How do you decline? How do you decline? They give you something for free. Are you supposed to decline that? I'm gonna do a line because obviously you can't fill in the gap of this. With Liquefy, we can solve all our life's problems, right? Let's just liquefy our problems. Unless your problem is a person, then don't liquefy them, because that sounds evil. I joke a lot on this one. I'm not telling you you should. I am going to get the Asaro head out. I mentioned this previously. When I try and solve things, I want to try and solve it first, figure out what I don't know, and then I'll pull out a reference. It's not like I'm going to struggle for like a century. Eventually, I do like reach a point where I'm like, I don't know the answer. But it's one of those things like you don't remember the answer and try to remember. Like for a test. If I immediately look at the flashcard, I'm not gonna struggle. Which is also another reason why I'm like, not just for the client's purpose, I'm like, no, please tell me. How am I supposed to prove? It's to the detriment of the artist if you don't tell the artist, hey man, that looks whack, bro. Actually, don't say it like that, that would hurt her. You know what I mean? You'd be like, hey, I ain't quit, right? I did see this really weird interaction relatively recent. So you see I'm fixing this. I'm like, no problem, I got you. I don't know how exactly just yet. I'm getting there. You're witnessing me getting there, right? Witnessing me doing it. But I saw somebody on Threads say that they worked with an artist who basically refused to do a correction. And I was like, I said it very harshly, but I said that's a skill issue. Not in terms of they can't draw, they probably can. But if you are a commissions artist and you can't, you're gonna let your client leave unsatisfied, you've lost a returning client potentially, and also, that just sucks. It just, how can you let them go knowing that they're asking for a revision? That's weird. I'm really stuck with it. I thought that was very bizarre. Provided, like, you know, the client's being nice about it. Yeah, maybe I don't have patience. I'm like, dude, I will go out of my way. Please. But then when you tilt like this, another thing, this is similar to the Freerin challenge. You know? The nose gets shorter. That's probably why I either push my angle too far or too little, and that's... Bro looks like he's very peacefully sleeping. Because I don't have the information. Taking a nap. Just taking a little nap. Taking a little sleep. The angle. Down. So peaceful. I don't know if this is necessarily a peaceful moment for him. However, right now he looks, but I don't think they are. It's so hard to understand with so many lines, so many lines, so many lines, so many lions. Why you lying? Okay, I'm just... I'm somewhere and I like where I am, honestly. Okay. R2. Well, He is cute. He's definitely cute. I think in this scene, maybe we're going to make it a little bit more. Passion. Passion. I do think his facial proportions are not too far off, but I think maybe Bro is not correct. Doing the chewing. Chewing, sorry. Chew as in Japanese. Chew? Like, give it chew? Give it kiss? Not chewing. Don't chew people's faces. That's gross. That sounds like a video game horror type thing. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know which game I'm thinking. There's a game like Last of Us? The focus, I just need his lip to match her top lip, because these two lips are intersecting with the top lip. I never thought I would be drawing this on stream. However, I've drawn a multitude of things on stream that I question here and there. And in the end, this reference ended up being the one that we used the most. I was like, it might not help us figure out the angle, but it'll help us figure out the actual kiss itself. Here we are. Another thing is, maybe his face should be closer in. Because in this reference, like, the nose is touching the cheek. And I think he's kind of angled away. Why? Why? I'm glad we caught this before I started. That's when it's like, yeah, I can't really go backward. It's more like struggle. That's a struggle. That's just a struggle. I don't. You can fix it for sure, but it's more like we just have to go wrap it back. At least I saved the liner. Not line art. It's really sketchy. Clean sketch. Alright, man. He's just got bushy brows by accident, but okay. Oh, do you see my issue with being on camera? One day I'll have a better camera angle. But when I look down, I'm gone. I'm not here anymore. You can't. Goodbye. Right? The eyebrows. It's the eyebrows that I'm like, nah, stop, man. Stop. You gotta work with me, bro. Work with me. Make it more like kissy looking. Probably like fold over way so that this part looks squished. Right now, it's just gonna look like he's got really intense filler. I know. I know. Maybe he does. That's but that's not. That's painting fix. Painting fixes everything. Painting fixes all of my problems. I'm like the queen. Alice in Wonderland. Just paint the roses. Don't worry. Actually, no, that's Alice in Wonderland. She's the one who decided that, isn't she? Why don't you just paint the... Yeah, yesified. I need like a... I want to add so many funny things to the stream, but can you imagine? Actually, I was talking about this to my husband the other day, because we went, again, here at the university. Have you ever noticed that there's a new beauty trend? Not really beauty trend. Maybe not trend. Maybe. You know how in the 90s, like, skinny brows was the look? I don't know really what it was in 2000s. But now I've noticed it's much more common to have fake lashes. Like, way, way more common than when I was younger. Maybe because there's more access to it. But, it's just a curious thing. Huh. Anybody else notice that? Personally, I wouldn't get false lashes for the sake of that's another thing I have to clean. You cannot, if you have fake lashes right now, like lash extensions, make sure you clean your lashes. Don't get an eye infection. Your eyes are what I need. I need you to be looking at this. So I'm kidding. Just take care of yourself, please. I've just heard too many horror stories. I have a friend. We're not really in contact anymore, but growing up we were close. And does lash extensions. So I had a contact. I had an option. It would be really nice. It's really nice if you like your esthetician. The person who does your nails, the person who does your hair. You just really like to yap. However, I'm a lash lift girly. That's my type. But now I no longer leave the house. And you can't see my lashes behind my glasses. So there's no purpose. Maybe one day I go to a fancy event and I vlog. But to be honest, I did it once with my friend who has crazy long lashes. I'm talking like boy lashes. You know how guys have crazy long lashes? It's unfair. I don't understand why I always give the girl like long lashes and it's the guys that have long. Anyway, my friend has really long lashes. We both got the same procedure done, as in lash lift, which is temporary, by the way. That's obvious, isn't it? Because your lashes grow out. Anyway, we look at each other and she's like, I cannot see the difference on you. And I was like, I know. This was $50. Why did we spend this? The same amount of money is not doing the same thing, which is why I know eyelashes. But I think it's really funny. Pretty lashes are nice. They are very nice. You gotta be careful with them though. They can be very overpowering. I think probably when I paint this, it'll make more sense. I remember when I was saying like when we draw the kiss and I paint, I'll figure it out. And then I was like, no, we're gonna do this. Alright, your head. Absurdly long. Because I made his lips so defined, it really does look like trust me. I will get there. We'll get there when we get there, and I'll get there soon. Hopefully. I don't know. We're taking... Hopefully not the Eglinton subway. Anybody from Toronto knows it. That thing took so long to construct. I swear there was this subway line in Toronto. So I was working there at the time, mind you. And the subway line, they were constructing it for years. To the point where it became kind of a meme in Toronto. They're like, where are our tax dollars going? We've been waiting for this thing forever. And now, congratulations students in Toronto now, because now they finally sorted themselves out. It's much more familiar. I think it's you whose line is confusing. There's like a... No, I lied. This line has to be here. Her forehead is here. This eyebrow will be the death. I don't know why it's specifically just the eyebrow. I want to experiment. Let's see if I make this straight. Will it confuse us and make it look like it? No. Doesn't it look weird? It's not. It looks kind of weirder than the other angle. Yeah, that angle looked weird, right? So that means I'm right. Sometimes I can't tell. But if it looks weird the opposite way, then you know. I'm gonna try on a medium. Alright. I erase it. First. Where even are we right now? To make it. But now there's the issue of her nose and his nose are connecting in a really weird way where I'm like, what? What is that? I believe... Okay, I'm just gonna apply this. I believe... Side profiles are low-key as well. Maybe that's why kisses are... Artists? I feel like most artists are really, like character artists are really good at drawing 3/4 view. Because if you're doing a character sheet, probably you need 3/4 view. If you're doing an illustration, it's a less symmetrical view. So it's easier to mess up and continue. You know how artists do that thing with canvases where they like put up their pencil and they go like this? I find myself doing it all the time, even digitally. And it's on camera, I don't notice I'm doing it, and then I look at the camera and I'm not even. He's giving me a character with no nose because we don't have the information. That's why I'm like, what's happening? What happened? What happened? Right here, out of view. You know how they like draw cartoon characters with their tongue out? I'm getting to that level. It's time. Do. Okay, we got a refresh. Eyeball refresh. Do we think this is a correct angle? Speak now or forever hold it. As if we're getting married? Ooh. Let me zoom out. I feel like this part of his nose. I don't remember what this is. Not the ALRs. Well, regardless, this part of his nose. B and B. Yes? Yes? What? the only problem with corrections I have. Is that after I correct it, I'm like, is it correct? Is it correct though? Thank you. I'm so glad that the client is here, because can you imagine? I just I just keep staring at it for the next hour going. I do think pushing the angle a little bit better, like not what I meant. Pushing him closer to her, as well as shifting the angle better. Chances are, while I paint, there is a little thing here going on with the chin and the lip, where the lips are in the correct place, but the chin, I don't know if it's proportionally correct to the character, because usually, like one, I gave him like a medium chin the first time I drew him, and then the second thing is like when you shift your face, I heard this talked about on America's Next Top Model. Y'all heard about that? They made a documentary. Anyway, if you face like this, your chin looks bigger, versus if I do this, my chin looks shorter, right? So that's why I'm like, if I shift this way, I feel like the chin, because it would look bigger. That's why I'm like, probably, while I paint, we're probably gonna, don't know how we're gonna do that yet. I'm going to get there. Luckily, the colors were pretty much placing. I can't speak. Oh my god! Ah! Alright. Their colors are placed basically in the same place, or they already organized. It's just a matter of like, you know, correcting. Hiya! Oh man, I could kill for some popcorn right now. Not literally. Don't do that. The hair, I think most of it I can keep, but the thing is the angle of his head is different, so I think I have to liquefy. Liquefy our problem. Alright, hold on. Man, I really gotta start labeling things, but like, do you label things in your house when you need to keep them organized? No, probably. That's how I feel about drawing. For real quick, this is gonna look like a okay. Not like real quick. Because I actually really liked how I drew his hair. That's why I'm like, no, I don't wanna completely scrap it. Love to make it work. Do better work. It's where we've reached that part of the night where it's either really entertaining or it's really hard to keep track of what I'm saying. But this is now what happens is the later it gets, the weaker the filter is. So I just start saying literally everything that comes into my mind. Bees in the brain. Bees. And they just flip out, and then they go, this is what she's saying. Because I drank an ice drink, the bottom has more syrup and sauce. I got a white mocha with pistachio. I got creative. I was one of those weirdos. I was like, could you give me 1 pump of this and 1 pump of that? Oh, if anybody was ever self-conscious about that, at least when I was working as a barista, if you ever told me a weird drink, if it sounded genuinely good, we actually made notes and we would try it on our break. So like, get creative, be weird. It's not annoying. Unless your barista is like bad at it. Because usually the people who order creative drinks are actually the biggest sweethearts. It's the ones that order, like, I don't know, black coffee with a Splenda, and then they're very particular about it. Those are the ones that I'm very nervous about. I don't understand why it was always like that, but I don't know. Nothing against anybody who has black coffee. Just seemed to be a weird trend. Except I always used to make that a joke. This band is canceled apparently, but they used to have this line that I always thought about every time. And these people on stream, I can say things with no filter, and it will land. But I made this joke once, and then I immediately turned around and went, "Wow, that was a bad joke," and this person did not like it. So obviously I listen to a lot of alternative music, metal music, screamo music, whatever, right? And so somebody was like, "Oh, can I get a black coffee?" And I was like, "Yeah, I like my coffee black, just like my metal." So that band, the house. Unfortunate what happened, but regardless, that was the line, and they just looked at me dumbfounded, like I don't know what they. I was like, I understand why you don't understand, and I'm going to turn around and cringe. For some reason, that one really stuck with me. I was trying to be funny, and I was like, never again. Stick to the script. Stick to the script. That one was. But the thing is, because I stream, and especially because it's on YouTube, shameless plug, there's a very high chance that I'll make a weird, obscure, niche reference to something, and somebody will know it. Somebody will get it. It's great. It's great. Yeah, see? Somebody weird will get it! Are you going to sleep now? Yeah, probably. Probably. I actually don't remember. I was like, that sounded almost. I think I said that in Baldur's Gate. There was one line that said that. Where it was like, I think in order to end the conversation, you just go, "You should go to sleep." And I was like, that's savage, actually. To just be talking to somebody and be like, "You should sleep." That's a hardcore way to be like, "I don't want to talk to you anymore. You should leave," actually. I find it's worse via text. People cannot read my tone, but like, if anything I ever say, blanket statement once again, sounds mean, that is absolutely because I was trying to concentrate on my next line. Sticking to the script. I don't remember my lines. No? Speaking of lines, though, speaking, like a script, my coworkers used to make fun of me for this when I was a barista, but my voice is actually really high-pitched when working in customer service. So if you ever meet me in person, or if you subscribe, if you really want to hear it right now, I'm totally kidding. If somebody subscribes, you'll hear me like 3 octaves higher. Just be like, "Oh my god!" Really, really high. And it'll be 6 a.m. in the morning because again, my shift started like 5:30. And then the first thing you hear walking into the door was, "Hi, good morning!" Really, really high, and coworkers all turn around and go, "What the heck is that?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'm calling dogs. I don't know." I'm calling the dogs to come over. So if you ever do something really exciting, be prepared. Like that song in Disney, Lion King. Be prepared. Because they're so close to each other, it makes sense. I'm trying to do some logistical planning here. I don't even know if logistical makes sense there, but you know what I'm trying to say. And if you don't know what I'm trying to say, just nod your head. Be like, yeah. Realistically, I'm not on something. Why? Talk to Who let the dogs out? I saw somebody talking about that song where they were saying like people misinterpreted it as like people calling women dogs, like ugly women. That's what they're implying it. But I think actually the lyrics, if I recall, were actually saying who let the dogs, as in like, you know, they used to say it in like, I think the 2000s it was slang. They'd be like, oh, you're a dog, like the guys who chase girls. So people were implying that it was against women, but actually it was like empowerment for the women. I strictly thought of it as literal. Actually, all I can think about are my cute dogs. As a parent would, you know. Actually, apparently one of the songs at during Bad Bunny's halftime had a very similar vibe, where I looked at the lyrics, where it was talking about like the girls at a club. She's like, I dance solo. Well, adults dance, but I dance solo. And then he's talking about like if the guys want to like, you know, dance with her, he's like, nah, I don't want to. I want to dance on my own. It was also empowering for. So credit to him for that. But yeah, I think I saw it in a movie about dogs. I always thought it was about dogs. The amount of things that I find out have adult meaning afterwards, I'm like, oh, that's rude, you know? Aw. But then some of them, it's like you watched it as a kid and then now you watch it as an adult and you're like, oh, that's actually hilarious. Because like kids' movies will like hide things for the parents to enjoy. But I gotta think, like one thing that I was watching was Kim Possible. I loved Kim Possible when I was a kid. Best, love Kim Possible. And I rewatched it recently, like a few clips of it, because you know it's nice to watch things you're nostalgic for in the background. Just be like, aw. There were some jokes in that I was like, this is a very adult joke. It wasn't me. It was my partner who pointed out. It was like, wow, they're making that joke last year. Oh, that's so cute. I'm a child. Wow. Thank you. Check my ID. Impossible was so good, right? I always see people talking about their bisexual awakenings and mentioning and I think that's pretty funny. Looking back, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I get it. I do get it. Why is the villain always the cool, good-looking one? What is that? Okay, not always. I just watch Emperor's New. That was it. But The Mummy. I saw somebody reference that. As one of the, like, canon isn't the right word, but it's like they were making a whole, not compendium, but like a whole list, and they were like, one of these was the cause. One of these was it. I could not tell you. I probably do, I just can't think of it. Can't. I don't know why. It's gone. It's whatever. Got it. I want to say something from the, maybe not from this movie, but from that era. Atlantis. First of all, animation for Atlantis. I can imagine. Around that realm. Alright. Maybe I'll just reference, because at this point, I cannot really get... I believe I can figure it out. Right. The wig. Will you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? When will you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? I missed one. When will you wear wigs? Have you watched the full interview of that? Apparently it was absolutely like a joke. But I do find that, like, just kept going, man. I wore a wig one time. And I couldn't figure out how cosplayers have the patience to reduce the shine of it. Oh my god. It's so funny. I haven't actually watched The Lord of the Rings. Is that blasphemy is not the right word. Is that criminal? I think I tried, but it is a long kind of thought of it. I know, as a fantasy fan, I know. It looks like something that I would enjoy too. I love elves. Obviously. I'm going back. I want to just use this one. Maybe. Hey, where did your face go, bro? I thought I lost it. I thought I was gonna lose it if I lost it. So many letters. This is the same angle. What is? Okay, so in that case, we might as well just impatient. Too impatient to figure it out. But I feel like I need to put it on one day and just like commit. Commit like I committed to the bit of this stream. Listen, I at least finished one commission, okay? So, like, give me some credit. Give me the credit! Island! Nobody needed that information. You're welcome. Joy, take it. It's for free. Or maybe it's a fact of like this part. Maybe it's this part. That's how you know I'm finally actually thinking. So silent. If I didn't become an artist, high chance I would have pursued singing, by the way. But it was curious. So I would have just went from one job that makes very little money to another job that makes very little money. It was hopeless. There was no hope for me. Academia wanted me to go literally any other way, and I was like, I'm gonna pick the one. I don't want money. Money's so scary. I don't want it. Right, because he's more like profile view. It makes more sense, at least this part of the head. It's just extended past, you know how like in cartoons they're always itching their head when they're thinking? It's extended past that. I need to... What? Where's your forehead, man? Where is it? Give it to me. Give it to me. Come here, let me see your forehead. Show me your forehead. Getting threatening over here. No, but what if I like followed up and like, give me your forehead. It needs forehead kisses. That's how I talk to myself. And that's why they're scared. At any time, there could be a random attack of kisses. And they don't like it. They certainly hugs. They also don't like hugs. They think it's criminal. Whoever made dogs, okay? Why did you make them so cute? They look so huggable. And then you also give them the fear of being... They feel really anxious and like claustrophobic, right? Why would you do that? That was just bad design. The same way human spines should not... Why are we... I got a lot of questions for our character designer. That's what we call. Whether you believe it or not, it's a character designer. However we got here, whether we were procedurally generated or somebody carefully picked out every little character trait for 3 hours, like in a video game. Questions. And also, what kind of stats are these? Why'd you give me these? Sort it out. Better be blessing me in some other way. Give me some fancy magical item. Let's proceed. I'm just gonna add the color and then this is the point where I'm like, paint it out. There's no way I can figure it out without shadow. Alrighty. What's happening here? What's happening here, sir? Ah. Where is your head, dude? Like that pixie. Where is my... Like, where is my... How did y'all merge together? That's not... How did this... When did this... You know what? You're getting merged together. You've lost separation privileges. You don't get to be a single team. Now you have to live with you. Hopefully that's okay. Clearly a romantic couple. Very helpful for you. Ends up being codependence. What is she talking? Reminds me of that one time somebody asked, how do you talk on stream? Like, how do you just keep going for that long? This is presuming that I don't talk to myself. off stream. No, I am. Absolutely. I am like the best conversationalist. Because I always understand and hear what I'm saying, you know? Hi, how are you? I want to like a random rant. Thank you! Thank you so much. I just corrected the face angle, so now I'm like, she's colored completely actually, but I need to correct his colors now. Getting there, we're getting there. If you're curious who the character belongs to, this are not my characters. I just make them pretty, or I try to the best of my ability. Give him a haircut, little silhouette cut. Oh. Not so bad. Because like most of the pieces I didn't change, it's just really this highlight layer. And maybe a little bit of the stars. Now we give him a little bit of a sharp jawline. Chances are we're going to fix this when we paint, but for outline purposes. I'm not even gonna polish that up because I'm like, well, we're gonna paint it. Fine. See, she's got color already. I also got this contrast here so you can see what he looks like. Got her wings, and we got. This looks very ethereal, but it's a bit bright. Yeah, we do. See, it looks like half done already. We had to take a little detour. That's okay. It's like when you forget your keys. And not too many layers. All right. I think. What do I think? What's going on up here? I merged their lines. So at some point, I'm going to have to paint them together because it was too complicated. And also when I was correcting their kiss, it was almost like impossible for me to paint one separate from the other because whatever I change in one face, I have to reflect it on the face. So what I think I'm going to do is we're going to do the fun part already. The one that I've been waiting to do. You know what part it is? You don't know what time it is? That's right, that's right. It's armor time! Yeah, not hammer time, but armor time! Woo! Everybody, woo! But first, everybody, you know what time it is? Again? It's time to save, and it's also time to stretch. And if you're at home, if you're drawing, this is the stretch I always am doing, and I will demonstrate for you today because I have my camera. So I have tendinitis, which means I have pain right here, elbow. The exercise that I always do is this one. So I extend your arm, hold this part back, and you hold it. I mean, technically you can take it. You're stretching. It's necessary. And then the other one, you point it this way, you push this part back. Technically, we should all be getting up every hour. Have you seen me get up every hour? No. Maybe we should make that a reward. You get me to stand up and do a little jig. But then you wouldn't be able to see it. Definitely, I should not jump in this office. I have a crack in my hardwood floor. Not hardwood, it's laminate. Regardless, this is Alright, you can stop stretching. I mean, I stretch my drawing arm and not the other arm, which is great. We should do that. Oh, now you can see! There's the dog bed and my Rilakuma shrine. You see how big that teddy bear is? It's not even the biggest one they have. They have one that's my height, literally. I searched it up, it's 5'4". I was like, did they just pick the most average woman's height? And then we're like, yeah, there's a woman out there named Azuki specifically who needs that. And can you imagine taking a nap? You just stand at his feet and then go like this, fall forward. There's also a Snorlax plushie, or bed, that looks like that. Massive. Creative thing. Anyway, moving on. We're doing the metals. I'm not gonna do this whole multiply thing on a different layer. I'm straight up, we're going for it. Because we've spent too much time not painting and it's kind of low-key driving. Back up. Head. And I'm going to turn off the color adjustment here, strictly because it's applied to everything and it would be a whole heck pain to go back and apply to every one. Later I can apply it and then when we paint over again. But for now, I'm gonna place, where's the shadow? Well, he's a light source, so shadow should be. Technically, they also have this light source here that probably I will fade in a little bit, but can't let the light source. Which means the highlight should be. Honestly, sometimes you just go for it, and then when you're painting, it makes. I realized this part here would not be metal. This would be clothing. Like the same clothes as it. Or it could be chainmail, but regardless, the base would be. I don't know. Ooh, her wings do. I think it's okay. I think it's like if I do the shadow on this side, the wings will cause like a highlight like this to make her silhouette pop. I'm gonna just be like, it might not logically make sense, but whatever makes her silhouette pop. Long time ago, I have abandoned called logic. It was always so complicated. Maybe it looks better to be like logical. I don't know. I've abandoned logic. Cause then you spend, like, artists would spend so much time like trying to figure it out and then not actually do the thing. But also, especially with manga artists, I like, where is this layer? Is it not even a layer? Did I lose it? Oh, I did it on the main layer. Okay, cool. Yeah, especially with manga artists, they have very unrealistic styles. Like, nobody looks like that. The humans are based on cats. Like, cats' proportions. Nobody's nose is that tiny. But it looks interesting. A lot of the techniques I learned are from manga artists, but don't read all that much. And I don't, I said it earlier, somebody asked if I read books, and I'm like, I'm too slow of a reader. I should probably listen to them. I'll get back to it eventually. But I also don't read manga, and I grew up loving manga. So it's not like, I don't want to read books. More of a, I don't have time to focus. That's the true goal. Being able to take a break. That'd be sick. It was actually my partner who convinced me to take breaks, by the way. Like an actual vacation. Otherwise, I would just keep going. You know? Alright, I'm gonna do this on another layer because I don't know why I did it on the same layer in the first place. add the shiny shiny. We should probably add color variation. Honestly, that is kind of not really a specialty. I don't want to call it specialty, but that's the kind of thing that I do all the time. Just straight up add random colors everywhere. But then it makes everything look very shiny. Doesn't it look super shiny now? I do this. Of course, we're not gonna have that blue state like super strong. Otherwise, it looks gonna add some kind of variation, so it looks more metallic, or it looks like his color. Binder. This is a technique I use all the time. Every time you change shades, you change hues. Sometimes I forget this. There's some techniques I apply sometimes, and then I'm like, I do an artwork and I forget to apply it. Which it means it looks fine, it's just more of like, oh, an opportunity. I could have played more. That's why metal's so fun. It's so fun, you get to play. And it's always the thing that, like, when you see artists do metal well, you look at their armor and you go, dude, that looks sick. Because it's eye-catching, and humans, we like shiny stuff. We look at stuff that's shiny first. Which is why you have to be careful. Whatever's most lit will be the thing you look at. Okay, that's enough. We all like that shiny. Every time I pass by a jewelry store, it's not even that I want jewelry. I'm just like, ooh, shiny. Went to the museum and they had that whole part with like old jewelry, and I'm just like, all right. This is like magical armor, so we're gonna make it look. All right, that's not even. I think because it's the blue is there, the purple doesn't look like. There we go. You know when things, it's like nighttime, dark colors basically all just look black? I think it was probably the right call to background. Like, or not make the lighting too dark, because then it's really hard to. Trust me, I know, my city is so dark. By 6:25, apparently, I don't know if it still is, because it's longer. Time is every week, sunset. But, that was the time of the sunset. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Like, some parts of the year in Canada, you go outside at like 5 p.m., it's nighttime. Isn't that ridiculous? That's ridiculous. That's wrong. That's incorrect. That should be stopped. We should stop that. I don't know who we need to talk to. But nighttime at 5 p.m., that's not right. Yeah, I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't know if I can. Maybe that's a bit too ambitious. But the thing about me is, if I don't make a crazy ambition, I won't achieve it. Like, I won't achieve close to it. You know, like the shoot for the stars thing? Or shoot for the moon, you will land among the stars, that thing? See? Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean. That's too late. I mean, too early. And I mean, yeah, it's too late for us. We're dead. It's dark outside. It's essentially going outside. My eyes are closed. I must be dead. That's what that means. That's why I don't like the winter, everyone. I go outside. I can't see. My body thinks it's over. It's game over. That must be the reason I can't see outside. There's no other reason.
Metal.
You see why I wanted to do the metal? You see why I was so excited? This part's gonna be so cool! Watch! Even if you don't do it, like, perfectly well, the shiny contrast, you get excited. This part also should color, kind of. I gotta agree. It's starting to look. I'm gonna just take this. I don't know exactly. The purple glow is gonna be good for now. It's here, and then I'm probably gonna do one of these afterwards. It up, like to make it look like tiny, but for now it's placed. It's a placement. Oh, everyone, I wanted to tell y'all, thank you so much. Apparently, again, I don't look at the analytics because a free partner let me know while he was reminding me, and I shall remind all of you once again that I need 4,000 watch hours on YouTube. Every time. But he was reminding me of this, but then mid freak out, as I was freaking out during this, I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean I have a goal? I didn't know about this goal. Mid freak out, he told me, no, but don't worry, your previous stream, one of your most recent streams did really, really well, and it was the one with the commissions. I was like, something about doing these commissions. I always thought people didn't like watching commissions. Apparently y'all are proving me wrong. Seems like you enjoy watching. But I think I have a theory that another reason is because a lot of y'all are authors quietly lurking back there. Get it. Ooh. Hello. Hello, pants armor. Not really pants armor. We're gonna keep this part as simple as possible because can you imagine if this had like a lot of shading and this had a lot of shading? You would just get kind of confused. And I was thinking like maybe we could add chainmail here. I think it's too much. We were gonna still add like a light so you can understand what you're looking at. Maybe not such a bright, crazy saturation. Now we understand it's her armor. We're not gonna like... I learned this actually in school because I did armor. I think I mentioned it when I first drew this. Like when I designed the armor. I mentioned that I did it for school and I had a teacher who gave me critique. He actually gave me similar critique. He said, yeah, just for the pants, don't just literally simplify much. Oh. Oh. Lore is not always lore. I don't like that quote from I don't know. I don't know if she's problematic, to be honest. Nobody come for me, okay? I'm just quoting the fashion because I know the fashion. Okay. From afar, we didn't add any, like, white. That's, like, ultimate highlight. That's, like, super, like, this is super shiny, right? But I plan on adding that afterwards, but probably gonna... This makes it look more like, oh, that's metal. That's metal. No, that's metal. You know what I mean? See? You can't deny that you look at that and you go, that's definitely metal. But it's too early for that stage because when I do that, can you see anything else? Like, can you look at her face? You only look at that really shiny part, right? And it's kind of off-putting. You're like, dang, there's nothing else going on. I just look at the, again, humans, we like shiny. So, I'm gonna add that on after. Probably when I do the wings. But before we do that, face? Face is always the most important. Except I really wanted to do the armor. I really. But just so you can see. Might be a bit. I think the color works really well on him and her skin, but for now the armor is like very blue. Patience, my friends, we'll get there. But let's do their face. Oh wait, hold on. We're going to learn. Here's the point of no return if I do this. I'm gonna make a second file. This is somebody was talking about this previous stream, where they say they make a new save file instead of like duplicating within the file, which works a lot if you're in Procreate. It's possible. That's how I usually do it on Procreate because the layer memory is terrible. In a case like this, where there's like, I will show you. In a case where there's like this much going on, there's more on top of that. I want to merge, but I don't want to lose all this, but I also don't want to like more happening in this file, so I'm going to oh my goodness, you can see what I'm doing. You see how this one, the name didn't change? That means this is not the file we... This is the one. That's the one. For a second it like freaked me out. I was like, that didn't look the same. Oh my god. I had a flash of white and I was like freaked me out. Okay. Here we're merging. And we're merging. And we're merging. Merging. Scary. I'll take that. Just for the simplicity find here. Can I not delete multiple? Hello? I have to apparently see it does. Not see it to believe it, but see it to delete it. Trying to simplify. Okay, you're the background. You can see what I'm doing. Have a million things. Do something. So much cleaner, so much easier to understand what I'm doing. This is background, this is wing, this is characters, this is ala. Ow. It's time to paint! Oop. Can y'all do a pen flip? I can't.
Always try, but I can't. First cleaning up this part. I should have colored the lines before. Didn't. See, once we get to this stage, I feel like maybe because it's more violet. I don't know. Now you'll see why it's very difficult for me to do the kiss. Kiss. A claw. With the layers separate. Part I always want the more detail on a character's face, either the older or more grotesque they look. Either one, especially depending if the style is not balanced. Like if I'm doing like anime style and I add a lot of detail, somehow cards look really weird. So just in case you were wondering, if you wanted to make a horror character, didn't know how to make it look creepy, add like insane amount of detail. It's very disconcerting. I don't know. I think it may be like a thing of like you don't know where to look. Getting away from his yassified lips. What's good about his is like actually there's less painting involved because his design is so complicated. It's arguably better not to paint too much and mostly let the information by line, because the more I scale it, the less the effect is visible. Because like if I add shading, the effect is lost. Need. Like thin out some. That's my thinking. Sometimes I say things and it sounds like I have like, yeah, this is what's gonna happen. I'm like, no, this is what I think is gonna work, and that's why we're gonna. Nobody please think that I know all the answers. However, also, let me find the answer and then tell me your answer. Man. Ah. I think there's something. I'm on the wrong layer. Oh, I had some good news, everyone, by the way. So I was meaning to set up a shop specifically for US buyers. And I couldn't set it up because the site, people who work on the site, the people who own the site, I don't know. It's a service that they provide. The people who own it, they were on vacation because it's owned in China because of Lunar New Year. So I was intending to do it earlier, but I ended up getting a little bit of a delay, which is so fair. They deserve their break. But they finally got back to me. I can now start setting it up. Basically what happened was they gave me a code and it expired. And then I had this whole time I was like, you approved me, but now I can't log in. Help me. Let me log in. Let me serve the American beans. And now I can. So hopefully everybody can play. Please. Something needs to work. I need something. But I have a lot more hope today than I did yesterday. Thank you to Gilbs and Red Snow. So much hope. There's so much hope in a subscriber, my dude. Literally anytime I start freaking out going like, maybe this was a bad decision. I actually have a white hair right here. I'm not gonna pull it out for y'all. From when I decided to go full time. I freaked out so bad for the upcoming weeks to it that my hair turned white. So you can imagine being told, hey, if something doesn't sort itself out, I don't know how sustainable this is, realistically. My hair is going to turn all white at this point, guys. It's very stressful. So, hope is a lot. Hope means... Okay, I don't really like physical touch, so I won't send you kisses. This couple can do all the kissing. But... Did you see me struggle to find the finger? I was like... The heart's over here, the heart's over here, the heart's over here, here. They're for you. Those are... They belong to the subscribers. Those hearts? I have a heart. It's giving like makeup that you put like here to make yourself look like a bird. Like Hunger Games makeup in the movie. Like some bizarre abstract makeup. I think I should have shaded. Added highlight. Oh, that looks weird. That's This is like multiple choice where you just keep putting in the answer. Oh, Remember how I was saying that this chin might become a problem later? We're here now. Okay, well, we're in the board. Is this... There's like one part that's misaligned that is confusing my brain. I don't see it. The faces are more correct than they were, but there's a little bit of a small thing where it's like 90% correct, and then it's like there's something. Oh no. Are we reaching the point where I get face blind? But it doesn't help that it's very dark. Lines are maybe. Put in. Oh, was that it? Then that makes his face like... Eyebrow, sir. Oh no. It's face blind. Everyone, there it is. I've been diagnosed with face blindness. Because I can't tell them apart. You know what I think is happening is like, you cover his nose. They almost look like they're slightly different angles. Because this side profile is more like... If I turn to the side, there is like a lot less space right here. But he's in 5/8. I think his nose is 3/4 angle and his chin also. Be confused. Confused. gonna move on. Hopefully future me can look at that and figure that out. In fact, if I'm this face blind, probably it's time to call it. It's probably time to call it. Because I can sense that I'm looking at it going like, what the heck is going on? But for the most part, it looks like we figured out the face. It's just like, I'm gonna have to mess. Because what? Faces are hard. But I think it's specifically 5/8 angle. So 5/8 angle, so 3/4 is like this. 5/8 is like this. Where it's like almost profile, but it's almost 3/4, so they keep slipping a little bit. And I have drawn it a few times, but not, you know, I think I just need to move eye and nose a little bit. Or when I added lighting, somewhere, some information was. I'm gonna yeet myself out of here. But let me go over what we did today. I did close one. So today we pretty much finished this one, except I do plan on maybe touching up the body a little bit because all of my artworks, there's something a little bit off. So I'm gonna have to look at this with a reference after. Then I worked on Melanie's. I didn't actually do both characters because I really wanted to solve the problem. So I mostly just rendered our female main character. Her hair is still not perfectly done, and she has like and this hand, but she's pretty much totally rendered. His face is already done for the most part. So I'm gonna do that and then effects. But I'm probably not gonna do that on stream. I'm probably gonna do that because at the end of the month, I try and like finish one batch per mission onto the next. So the fact that I mean, to be fair, February has like 3 less days. So like, what do you want me to do? I'm doing my best. February. You with your weird spelling, Brewery. Like, what's wrong with you? Maybe February has something that needs. And then we did Eden's. We fixed the face. The angle of his face for Gabriel. This one is probably going to take extra time. This is the one that's probably going to leak it. Because I can tell. You little naughty Gabriel, your face. You little tricky. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much again, Bios and Redstone. I hope you watch this in the future. Thank you. It means so much. Gave me so much hope. And once again, everyone, I need to look you in the eye when I say this. Trying to reach 4,000 watch hours on YouTube. I have a YouTube video coming out at noon tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. Or if you're watching this on YouTube right now, you can actually watch my previous stream. Or if you miss the beginning of this stream, you can hear me yap. I don't know. Come back to the same stream. You know? Watch it on mute and just have like a body double. I don't know. Get creative. I'm begging you. I'm just kidding. If you want to. Anyway, thank you so much. It's currently 3 a.m. so I'm gonna go. Bye bye.